Hey guys. Really, Travis? I thought you said you already got a shirt. I'm sorry, guys. Carla says hi, Travis. I'm totally derailed right now. Good morning. Hey, Carla, Jelly Bean, Judy, hey guys. Okay. Um, Adriano is on the stand. He has, I thought this was his last part of his testimony. Um, but it's not, because it gets interrupted by Dr. Henry Lee. We're going to be outside the presence of the jury again. And since I don't have anything else planned for today, I figured we would go until we get bored. I was going to try to get back around to Adriano and finish his today, but it's a lot because Dr. Henry Lee's is in 2 parts, and it's like, I think they're each over like an hour. Yeah, another hearing within the trial. So I don't know if we're gonna get through all of that, but we can try. And like I said, I don't have anything else planned for today. I figured, what was, I don't even remember now. I think I had decided, because tomorrow and the next day we have the Karen Reed hearings. And then I think I had decided just to do this up until the Karen Reed trial. Yeah, Karen Reed hearings are tomorrow and the next day. And then I think up until the trial, I was just going to do this, because who knows when she's going to decide to do another hearing before the trial. Like she did, on that one hearing, she's like, "Oh, I have grave concerns," and she stopped the hearing and then set another one, So I feel like I need to leave the calendar open to be a little bit more flexible until the trial starts. Um so I think we should maybe just do this. I don't know. I did have a bunch of stuff on Shanna Gardner ready to go, to just because I don't even know when that trial, I don't know if they have a trial date start ready on her. Um they had said April, but then I think they changed it. So I don't even know. And I had like, because I don't know hardly anything about that case. So I had videos ready to go on that. So I don't know. We might do that next week too. I'm not sure. Um, Shanna Gardner was married to a Microsoft exec, and then they divorced. And I don't know if she married another guy. I think she did marry another guy. I don't remember if she's married or was just her boyfriend. And they put a hit out on her ex-husband because she wanted custody of the kids or something. So she's going to be on trial sometime this year. So I've got like her body cam footage of her arrest and her interrogation, and I've not watched it. I just downloaded it off of YouTube. Um, to like, I was gonna kind of do like I did with the um kind of remember like when I did the members only with the Karen Reed to like get you guys up to speed. I was gonna kind of do something like that, but it was that one was also for me too because I don't know anything about the case. So all I did was like download the stuff, and then we were all gonna learn about it together. Um, so I might do that next week too. But I thought this week we would just focus on Phil Spector and do the Karen Reed hearings tomorrow on the next day. So I don't know. I'm just winging it. I'm so anxious for this Karen Reed trial right now because I feel so bad for her. And I know that like I have no stake in this, but I think it's the chronic illness thing is why I'm so concerned for her. Because I can't imagine what she has and being in prison. Like I know they get medical care in prison, but they don't get top tier medical care in prison. You know what I mean? Like to be, if she were to go to prison, she'd end up being eventually in like the medical ward or whatever they call it in prison for years and years and years. And it would be extra miserable. You know what I mean? Like, I just can't. I just can't. The thought of it is just disturbing. I mean, prison is hard enough without having physical ailments. Bye, sweetheart. Aside from the fact that she's being railroaded, and that's just not fair, and it could happen to anybody. If it could happen to one innocent person, it could happen to any innocent person. And I just won't be comfortable until it's over and she's free.
All right, back on the parties are present, the jurors and alternates and witness or not. Are we waiting?
During our previous colloquy about
Don't start.
the transcript, Mr. About
Yes.
the first one to say that, but I want to clear.
Okay. If anybody didn't understand it, okay.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes it just fall flat.
Unfortunately, legal humor has a habit of doing that, but
I'm writing myself not to use that one on stage.
I understood it. Not a problem. And hopefully now everyone will understand it. I will. Let me compliment all the attorneys, quite frankly, for their collegiality. I mean, with any case with these charges, I mean, things happen, but the attorneys have always been.
Well, I guess it's not blurry when it's not there at all, huh? I was watching my channel and it was super, super blurry. I was trying to change the quality on my channel, not on StreamYard, on my channel, and StreamYard crashed. Maybe I should just close down my channel. Yeah, her parents are amazing. Yeah, she had to sell her house and move back in with her parents at 40 something years old. Okay, let's try this again.
You understand the system requires both sides of a case to present evidence so that the complete story will come out. So that
Objection. This is irrelevant.
I think
you have an obligation to answer our questions as full. Now, Mr. Jackson asked you yesterday about your English training and experience, how you learned English. Recall those questions?
Yes.
How old were you when you first began studying English?
I was 13 years old.
I want to plug my friend's merch shop. This came from Legal Bites. Legal Bites is who I watched the first Karen Reed trial with. And hey, Terry. So, important evidence, do not tamper. This is her merch. I think she also has merch that says something like, we survived 1,000 what if any's, because she kept count of how many times Lally said what if any, and it was over 1,000. So she has merch from the Karen Reed trial. So if you want to get some cool stuff from the referencing the first trial, go to Legal Bites and go to her merch store. She's got some great stuff. I don't have any merch yet. I don't know if I'll ever have any merch because, excuse me, I don't know how to do that. But I love this cup. When I first got it, Travis went, another coffee cup? Really? Do we need another coffee cup? You don't have room for the coffee cups you have now. And then when he saw it, he busted out laughing. So it's okay because it's funny.
Your native language is Portuguese, is it?
It's Portuguese.
Okay. And do they similar to the grades here, if you know?
It's not the same grades. They are like there is no A, B, C, D. There is it's like numbers.
Okay. Actually, my question was ambiguous. I'm talking about the second grade, sixth grade, high school, 90. What equivalent grade were you when you began studying?
I don't know, probably in junior high, something like that. I'm not sure. I don't know how to compare that.
But you were about 13 years old
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, and was this like an hour a day, or was it an
Yes.
immersion 5 days a week, I assume? And how long did that educational process take? How long did you take those classes?
So basically, each year you have to study a little bit English in the school.
I don't even
Okay,
Some it's mandatory in
okay.
the school.
So when did you leave high school? How old were you?
I don't know, high school in Brazil. Probably 15 years old. I'm not sure. That's
Were you
no, not fluent.
okay? You understood some English and you could speak
Yes.
some English.
Yes.
Was it the level of English that you could go in, order food in a restaurant, or get gas for your car, that sort of thing?
Yes, we could even watch a movie. You could not understand everything, but you can understand something.
So you understand the pictures.
Okay, I'm just gonna shut down my channel because I don't know if that's what's causing the goofiness this morning or what. Okay. Oh, you crochet too, Terry. Cool. I am feeling better today than I did yesterday. Yesterday it was rainy and it was awful. Today, just my hip hurts. So I think that we have discovered another problem, but at the same time discovered that the nerve block worked. So that's a good thing. Come on, Court TV. See, I don't know if the buffering is Court TV or StreamYard. I think it's Court TV. Why? Because it's Monday. That's why. Stop it.
Understand and speak English fluently at that point?
No, not fluent.
Okay, you understood some English and you could speak
Yes.
some English?
Yes.
Okay. Was it the level of English that you could go in, order food in a restaurant, or get gas for your car, that sort of thing?
Yes, we could even watch a movie. You could not understand everything, but you can understand something.
So you understand the pictures.
No, I guess it's that one spot. It's just gonna buffer. Okay, I'll try going out and going back in. Or should I reload it? Let me try. Go back. Oh, where did it go?
probably 15 years old. I'm not sure. That's
Were you able to understand and speak English fluently at that point?
no, not fluent.
Okay, you understood some English and you could speak
Yes.
some English. The level of English that you could go in, order food in a restaurant, get gas for your car, that sort of thing.
Yes, we could even watch a movie. You could not understand everything, but you can understand something.
So you understand the pictures.
Not only pictures, but
Okay. And some of the words you could understand in the context.
yes.
Okay. Then you went to college. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's not college. It's a kind of college.
What kind of college?
We call a segundo grau. It's kind of college. It's not. It's different from here. There's 3 years.
Okay.
Can you spell that term you just used? My reporter doesn't speak Portuguese or Spanish.
Segundo grau. It's SEGUNDO space GRAU.
Thank you.
Is that where you began studying computer science or computer programming?
No,
Okay. What do you study at that type of institution?
this is a basic. This is a basic subject.
Such as?
Math, Portuguese, physics, chemical, biology, history.
Did you continue to study English there?
Yes, outside.
Okay. So in that school from 15 to whenever you ended that school, did I hear that right? You started at 15 and went for 3 years, you said?
Seriously, why does what school he took in Brazil matter? He called 911. Why does it matter? What? Am I making more out of this than I don't know? I know.
Yes.
So that was so you're about 18?
Yes.
So you didn't take classes from your school at that point. You took English education, some other source. Is that right?
I don't remember very well. We had some English class, but my dad usually he liked to pay in a private school, just going for learning English.
I'm sorry, he liked to do what to the private school?
The private school just to learn English. It's like a private school just for teach English.
Okay. And so you went to that after your classes in the segundo grau?
During the class, between 15 and 18 years old, I had to go to this private school to learn English.
Well, what time?
After school, I have to go to school in the morning, and then I go to this private school in the afternoon, probably 2 or 3 hours a day.
And how many days a week?
3 days a week.
And how long did you do that?
Probably 3 years.
Okay. Was that the same as the tutoring you talked about yesterday?
No.
And after 3 years of these private, what was? Let me just get a little clarification on that. What kind of an institution was it? Was it just like in somebody's house, or was it at a church maybe?
No. It's like a business. It's like the schools over here, but just for English, some class. It's a business office with 7, 8 classes that they have a few teachers teaching English. They have books for that. You have levels.
Okay. Do you recall what level you got to in that class?
I don't remember. I have no idea. It was a basic, we had advanced. I remember that I went to the advanced, but I don't remember when.
Was it within that 3 years or some other time?
No, some other time.
Okay. During those 3 years, how far did you go?
Like I said, I'm not remember that, but it was I was not so bad. My accident was terrible, but it was not so bad.
Okay. At the end of the 3 years, do you get any kind of a certificate, or they give you a test to test your proficiency?
No, I didn't make any tests. Probably I had some certificates, but I don't keep the certificate from the kind of school.
Well, what did the certificates represent? Do you recall?
That you complete a level of instruction, something like that, of learning.
Okay, and at this, you can't remember what level you completed?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, after that, you went to university?
Yes, I went.
And is that what it's called there, university?
Yes, university.
Okay. And was that a academic type of institution or more of a trade technical type of institution?
No, it's the first university that I went was a public university, like we have over here, like UCLA, USC.
Okay.
I went to engineer for 2 years.
Okay.
Then I quit engineer.
While you were studying engineering in college, did you study English? In university, did you study English?
In engineer, I didn't study any English.
Okay.
I just did engineer for 2 years, then I quit. There's no English at that point.
Were you studying English outside of the engineering curriculum?
Outside.
Okay, and what was that?
It was like a regular school, like before.
Same as the other 3 years you told us about?
Yes.
Same school?
No, I changed school a lot. But I don't remember what school right now, but I have some names. I don't remember.
All right. So after 2 years at university, basically studying engineering, you switched? Is that what happened?
Yes, I stopped going to the university. I went to Army.
Okay. And what year was that? Do you remember?
Probably 88, 89, I think.
And did you get drafted or volunteer? How do you go in the Army in Brazil?
Voluntary. It's mandatory that you have to go there and put your name in the list and everything. But
Do you remember how old you were?
19 years old,
Okay.
20 years old. I remember 19.
Well, is that which one? Which one?
19, 20 years old, 19. That's so hard.
Do you remember? I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Do you
19
remember?
years old. They're going to say 19. And when I start in Army, 19 years old.
Okay. So you were 19 years old in 89, is that right?
Yes, 89.
Okay. And was that the regular Army or the reserves?
To prepare, it's like a reserve. But if they like you, you continue. So it's like
Okay. Did you leave the reserves and go to the regular Army?
the way that you say it's like it's not like here. Everything is different from the United States. It's like you at that point I was prepared to be an officer.
Right. What are the reserves called?
Reserve, but they don't call you reserve if you are enacted. If you are working Army, they don't call reserve. You're still like an officer or a soldier like the others.
Okay.
You're just like called reserve if you
Okay.
go
Well,
to reserve.
that's the same here. I mean, the reserves have civilian component, and then when they go to the service, they have officers. But did you go to the regular Army, or did you remain in the reserves?
I went to the regular Army.
Okay. What was your job in the regular Army?
I had like too many jobs in Army. The first 4 years I was in the troop.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. If you were gunnery sergeant or whatever, that doesn't matter. But did you study languages? Were you a linguist in the Army?
No, just like some manuals that we have to operate some American guns, yes.
Okay. So you didn't take formal English training while you were in the Army, right?
No.
And while you were in the Army, is that your full-time occupation, or is it a few months or a few weeks a year, or how does that work?
No, it's a full occupation.
Okay. And when did you get out of the Army? When were you discharged?
After probably 9 years was 1998, 1999.
Do you remember?
I remember.
When you got out?
Was, I'm gonna say 1998. I left Army.
Was it 1996 you had?
1996?
Yeah.
No.
You sure?
Yes, 1998 I left Army.
And did you go back to school?
During the Army period, I was in school.
And
I graduated in the same time that I left Army.
okay, and was this going back to university?
Yes, was I think 95. I started like in university at night.
Okay. Same type of university that you'd gone to study engineering?
Same kind as a private one
Okay.
in a different subject.
Well, at this point, you're now studying computer-related matters. Is that-
Yes.
And was any part of that curriculum devoted to teaching you English?
No, just like a technical English at that time.
And were you taking English independently on the outside at that point?
Yes, in the last 2 years, yeah, 87, 88. Oh, 97, 98, sorry.
And was that the same situation as before? You'd go to the classes, private company would teach classes and you'd take English? So
No,
now,
at that time it was a private. Just one teacher for me, like 2 hours a day, probably.
and how many days a week?
Sometimes like 5 days a week, depends what time the Army like release me. I have time to get in, but I don't have time to get out. To leave, like I have time 7 o'clock, I have to be in the base, but I don't have time to leave. If they release me like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, I could go to and have like class with this teacher.
So by 1999, you were what, 29 years old, more or less?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you received any kind of certification or evaluation that would measure your English competency skills?
No.
I would assume your English would improve over time as you studied it.
Yes, of course.
Were you proficient enough at that point to fully communicate in English to an English speaker, someone that didn't know Portuguese?
Yes, if you have like a little bit of patience and if you don't need me to talk like very fast, yeah, we can communicate.
Okay. Some words you knew, correct?
Yes,
Some words you didn't know.
I still, yes,
Okay. Some sentence structure you knew.
yes,
Some sentence structure you get kind of tangled up with.
yes, still.
Okay. Now, when was it that you decided to come to the United States?
It was in the end of 1998, I think, 1997, between 1997 and 1998.
Okay. And what was your status when you came to the United States?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, what was your status?
Where, in Brazil?
No, to here, to come to the United States.
Oh, I was legal when I came here the first time.
I'm sorry, bad question. Did you come as a student? Did you come as someone seeking residency? Did you come as a tourist? Come as a businessman? Do you remember your immigration status?
Yes, I come like a tourist.
Okay. And so you had a 6-month visa, is that right?
Yes, around that, yeah.
And how long did you stay?
Probably 8 months, I think.
Did you get removed or did you go home voluntarily?
No, I went to school in Santa Monica and they applied for a student visa. Then I went to my country. Like nobody deport me or ask me to leave the country at that time.
But after your tourist visa expired, you remained in the United States.
Yes,
Then did you get a student visa at that time or did you just go ahead and go home?
no, I went home. I applied for a student visa, then I went home.
Okay. And during that period of time, were you studying English in the United States?
I went to like how do I say that? It's like I think it's a school in Venice. Was like for people that from another country that they don't have like money to study. I went there just like to try, and I studied like a little bit over there, like probably 3 or 4 months, I think.
What did you do over there for a little bit?
Just studying. I was studying like for 3 or 4 months.
Okay. You didn't finish that course, it doesn't sound like.
Oh no.
Okay. Then you came back to the United States?
Yes.
When was that you came back?
I'm not sure if it was 2000. I think it was 2000.
Did you remember what part of the year?
March. I think it was March. I'm
No.
not sure. You have to check just the.
I'm sorry, did you finish?
I have to check in the passport. I'm not sure.
You got a visa that time?
Yeah, student visa that time.
You actually gave a copy of your student visa to the prosecutor the other day, is that right?
Yes. I did.
Yeah, right. Photocopy, may I approach a witness to show it, see if it helps?
Sure, we should have the prosecution first. You want this marked?
Not at this time.
All right.
Showing you this document, just look at it and see if it helps you remember when you got your visa.
Yeah.
Okay, when'd you get it?
When?
Yes.
Was in Brazil, probably 1999 or 2000. I'm not sure. I didn't check the date over there.
Did you get it?
I did. There's a valid visa. Do you want the validation or the when I get the visa? I don't know. The American consulate sent to my house. I'm not sure when.
Well, it has an issue date on it, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Let me check. You didn't ask me to check the.
Okay, I'm confused. Dang, I say that too much. Why isn't he legal? It sounds like he did all the right things. So why isn't he legal? He had a student visa. It ran out and he didn't renew it. Why what he did all he applied for all the right stuff every time he needed to apply for it. It ran out. He went back home. He reapplied or whatever. They sent him another one. He came back. Why is he illegal now? I guess he's going to get to that. I guess I should just keep watching. Keep watching, Debbie. Just keep watching.
Data. You just like show me the paper.
Why don't you approach again? Show him the document.
I thought I asked you, when'd you get your visa? But I'll ask it again. When'd you get your
Okay.
visa?
Should March 15, 2000.
Okay.
That's great.
It's actually highlighted.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
I'm sorry?
That's good.
How long was that visa good for?
It depends, sir.
Actually, it depends on what it says on the visa, doesn't it?
No, depends the law. It's in the paper says 1 year, but if you keep your I-20 valid, you can keep in the country for 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
Okay. Well, this particular visa, when did it say its expiry date would be?
This is 1 year.
Okay, so that's the 14th of March of 2001, right?
Yes.
Did you get any additional visas after this one?
No, just I-20s.
All right, so March of 2000 or thereabouts, you come to the United States, and did you begin studying English again?
Yes.
And your status here was as a student, is that right?
Yes.
And you're not permitted to work as a student, are you?
No.
Did you work?
Yes.
So you didn't respect the laws that allowed you to come in here, did you?
No.
between 2003 and now, actually between 2000 and now, you remained always in the United States, correct?
Correct.
And the United States, any other country like England, Australia, Canada.
No,
Okay, so only native or the only English-speaking country that you resided in is the United States. Is that right?
yes,
And that's in California.
yes.
So when you started studying English here in the United States, did you go to a private institution to learn English?
Yes.
And that was a few hours a day, was it?
Yeah, 3-4 hours a day.
And did they give you tests to determine your proficiency? Do you know?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Do you have?
So if you're here on a student visa, you can't work? How do you make money to live? Going to school is not cheap. How do you live? You have to have a way to make a living to afford food. That's crazy. I didn't realize that.
A way of telling us how proficient you were in English in February of 2003?
Yes, I can ask them. I'm not sure if they're going to give anything. Yes.
Okay. But in terms of your memory, can you remember now if you were in an advanced and an intermediate, some level of English class? Do you have any recollection?
Yes, I was in an advanced. There's like a couple of people with me. I think six guys in the same class.
And when did you stop taking English classes?
I think it was 2004.
What part of the year?
I don't remember.
It was January, wasn't
Right?
it? It was January, wasn't it?
Could be, yes. I'm not sure.
Didn't you file a notice with the school that you were withdrawing from classes?
Probably, but I don't remember the file. Yes.
In any event, once you withdraw from school, your status as a student ends, is that right?
At that time, yes.
Well, at all times, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a document, case, showing it to counsel.
You want it marked?
Not at this time.
All right.
I have a system that's just not fully developed yet.
Oh, okay.
You recognize this document, Your Honor? I mean, Mr. D'Souza.
Yes.
Does that help you remember when you withdraw?
Okay, yeah, January 19, 2004.
Now, once you're no longer a student, you're supposed to go home, right?
Yes.
Did you go home?
No.
You continued to live in the United States and you continued to speak English as you, lived your life, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. So between 2003, February, and May of 2007, you've continuously spoken English, is that right?
Yes.
And your English has improved, I assume, is that right?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Like most things, the more you practice, the
4
better
years,
you.
yes.
I'm sorry?
4 years, yes.
Okay. So you have 4 years additional practice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before coming here to testify, did you look at any documents to help you remember what you'd said in the past?
Could you be specifically what kind of document?
Well, like transcripts?
Okay, could you repeat the question, the first question?
Before you testified here today, did you review any materials like transcripts?
Oh, yes, oh, yes.
What did you review?
Basically everything that I told the police at that night, February 3, 2003.
Okay, so you looked at a tape recorded interview that you had with officers Kennedy and Pineda, the early morning hours of February 3rd, is that right?
No, I didn't listen this one.
I'm sorry, no, since facts, none of them
Well,
was videoed.
The witness also said no, I believe. So the objections are overruled. The answer will stand. You may proceed.
So you don't recall seeing a tape recording of interview you had with the Alhambra Police Department?
Yes, but not with Pineda.
Kennedy and Pineda.
No, not these two. I don't remember to listen these two. I could read something, but it's not, I didn't listen anything.
You might have read a transcript of that interview, but you don't recall listening to it? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
I have all of transcript, but I didn't read all of them.
I'm going to show you what appears to be a transcript that appears to be Adriana de Souza, Officer Esther Pineda, Officer Garrett Kennedy. It's about 35 pages long. Do you remember seeing this document before?
I'm not sure if I have this one. I have one, a big one, but I don't know if it's this one. I don't remember seeing this one. I probably have, but I haven't seen this one.
Well, actually, you have several little booklets like that, don't you?
I have, I think, one or two.
Well, all right. You've got the grand jury testimony you gave, don't you?
Yeah, the grand jury, yes.
Okay. You've got a transcript of a interview you had with Detective Fournier and Detective Tomlin, don't you?
Yes, for sure.
For sure.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it, the two that I have.
Did you have any police reports, that is handwritten or typed reports that are not transcripts?
No.
Do you know the difference between a
Yes,
report
yes.
and a
I
transcript?
don't think so. Yeah, I don't have this.
Well, you don't think so or you don't?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you do recall having the grand jury transcript and a long interview between Detective Tomlin and Detective Fournier and yourself, and maybe the interview between you and Kennedy and Pineda. Is that fair?
Yeah, the two first, yeah, this one I don't think that I have. The last one that you
Okay,
showed.
so maybe you don't have that one.
Yes.
Now, you said you read these transcripts, right?
Not at all, but yes, part of.
Say it again, please.
Part of the transcript, not at all. I just passed. I was not reading all of transcript. I was not reading everything.
Did the transcripts you had have more in them than your testimony or your statement?
Objection. That's vague,
No, I think I understand the question. If the witness does, I'll allow him to answer. Do you understand the question, sir?
No, could you repeat that?
All right.
Let's start with the grand jury transcript. Does the portion that you have or the booklet you have only your testimony in it, or does it have any of the other witnesses' testimony in it?
No, just my testimony.
Okay. And the interview you have, or the transcript that you have from speaking with Tomlin and Fournier, does that just have your statement in it, or is there anything else in it?
My statement, just my statement.
So you said you read part of it, but not all of it?
Yes, I was not reading a line per line. I was reading it, but not at all. I was not I was just refreshing my memory.
Trying to remember what you'd said in the past, right?
Yes.
Okay. In order to do that, you have to read the whole thing, don't you?
objection, this is argument.
it is argumentative. Objection is sustained.
Well, in order to refresh your recollection about what you said, you got to read all that you said, don't you?
Not all, some part of.
And how do you know what to leave out?
Remember, like there's like some things that happened that night. I remember very clear.
Okay.
Some are not, but like the most important stuff that happened that night, yeah, I remember very well.
So you remember part of it. You don't need to study that. And the part that you don't remember, that part you study, right?
Yes, part that I think that's important, yeah.
Well, how would you know what is important and what's not important? How'd you make that decision?
Yeah, like color of the cars, things like that. I remember very well, but like the correct times, really correct times, I have to remember, like 10:10, 12:40, 12:15. These I have to remember a little bit.
Well, Mr. Is it D-Sousa or Sousa?
Any way that you want to say, that's okay for me.
Well, I'll say the way you want.
Okay, this also.
D-Sousa.
Yes.
When you're reading the transcripts so you can remember the times and the locations, all the things that are in there, you're studying those so that you can say the same thing in court that you said before, right?
Not that-
This is argumentative.
No, I'll allow the questions, cross-examination.
What was the answer, Your Honor?
I didn't hear his answer. Would you, go ahead and give us your answer again.
Not exactly.
Well, what do you mean, not exactly?
Not exactly. Not in the same words.
Well,
The things that I really remember, I can say in the same words.
okay. How many times would you say you've read those transcripts before you testified?
Sorry?
How many times would you say you've gone over all or part of those transcripts before you began your testimony yesterday?
Probably once.
Well, probably or actually?
Actually, once.
Okay. When was that?
It was like 2 days before, I think.
So today's Wednesday. Are we talking about Monday?
Yes, Monday or Sunday night. I'm not sure because I'm supposed to be here on Monday. I wasn't on call on Monday.
Okay. Now, in addition to reading the record or the transcript of what you've said in the past, you also talked to some people about the case, right?
Yes, I did.
And those persons were who? Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sorry?
Anybody else?
No. I have like a couple of friends that they usually ask me about the case, but I talked to Mr. Jackson for sure.
Okay. And when before right now was the last time you spoke to Mr. Jackson about your testimony?
Right now, I spoke to him today, early in the morning.
Okay, you came here early this morning?
15 to 9, I was here.
Okay. And you went over some of the things he was going to ask you this morning?
No, he said to me that he almost done with me, and he probably I have to answer your questions like after that, and he's not sure about if I'm finished today or tomorrow or Monday, whatever.
Okay. Well, won't be today or tomorrow.
Okay.
What else did you talk about? That you don't have to come early to hear that, do you?
Well, I have to come early because the traffic is so heavy from my house to here.
Okay, you got here at 8:45 or 9:15? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
8:45.
And you met with Mr. Jackson in his office.
Yes.
Did you talk about the questions he was going to ask you today?
No. I showed him the documents that I brought, and he said that I'm doing a good job. I'm like answer the questions very well. Don't be nervous. That's a normal stuff. I've never been in court before. Like this is the first case that I'm a witness.
Okay. Now, before this morning, when was the next prior time that you spoke to somebody about your testimony?
I talked to Mr. Jackson after Yesterday we finished like 5. Probably I talked to him at 5:30.
Okay, and how long did you speak to him then?
It was really fast. I had to go home.
Okay, how long?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
What did you talk about?
Oh, the same stuff. Like if you have to come tomorrow morning, you have to still have to answer my question. I didn't finish with you. There's more people in the room. I don't remember, but everybody's talking, and I was waiting for her to go home. Like that's it.
Okay, but then what you said you talked about during that meeting only took about 30 seconds. What else did you talk about in the rest of the meeting?
Objection, that assumes facts not sustained.
Were you in the meeting longer than 30 seconds?
Yes, I was in Mr. Jackson's room. I'm not sure if it's office before. I was waiting for him. Probably waiting I was waiting 10 minutes or something like that.
Okay, after Mr. Jackson came in and you began to talk about the case, how long did that period take?
It was fast, like 2-3 minutes, 4 minutes, and he had like more people speaking with him outside. There is another DAs outside.
Okay, all right. So that's yesterday afternoon, right?
Yes.
Before that, when did you talk to him?
I think early morning yesterday when I came here again.
Okay, what time was it?
I came here I was here, I think 9 o'clock ready. I was ready I was thinking that I had to start my testimony on 9:30 yesterday.
Okay, so you had a meeting between 9 and what was the end of that meeting?
Can you please ask some relevant questions about the night of the murder? Oh my God.
Was between 9 and 9:10. I think he had to come to court.
Okay,
And I was watching TV.
so you didn't really talk about your testimony then?
We talked something about in the lunchtime.
Yesterday lunchtime?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you talk about then?
He's just like trying to make me like make me like comfortable with the situation.
Okay. Did you go over any of the events that happened back in February?
Yeah, he just asked me just tell the truth, tell the things that you remember. If you don't remember, you just say that's you don't remember.
Do you ask about any particular events? What happened at this point in time? What did somebody say at this point in time? Do you ask any specific questions like that?
Yes, he asked me.
Remember what you discussed?
Yeah, he asked me if I remember like around 5 o'clock, everything that happened that night, specifically 5 o'clock in the morning. Yes, he asked me
So
that.
you went over the events that happened at Mr. Spector's house at 5 a.m., right?
No, he just like asked me that, make sure that I remember that. Yeah, and I said, yes, I remember very well.
So make sure you got that right.
Yes.
Okay. So that's lunchtime yesterday. What about, wait a minute, are we at lunchtime or at a different time?
It was lunchtime.
Okay. Before that, when did you talk to him again before that, didn't you?
I told you early in the morning, on yesterday morning.
Okay, how about before that? Didn't he come to your house this week?
Yeah, he came to my house.
Okay. You remember that, don't you?
I remember. I'm just like trying to figure out the day.
Okay.
I think it was Monday afternoon, probably 6:30 p.m., 7 p.m.
Okay. Was he with somebody else?
Yes.
Investigator?
No,
Who was it?
I think it was somebody that's helping him in the case.
A paralegal?
No, I think she's over there.
This lady?
That lady, yes.
I mean, he chose that lady over that man.
That lady.
See, I could say something, but I won't. All right. So what'd you talk about at that point?
Again, he asked me if I'm comfortable. We try to done with you like in this week. They try to make me comfortable. They ask me if I remember everything, if I need anything to help my memory or something like that, and I said no.
Okay. You already had the transcripts before that?
Yes, I had the transcripts for a long time. I think.
When did you get them? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Approximately.
I don't remember.
Are we talking about days, weeks, months?
I don't remember. I have this. No, I don't remember.
Well, did you have Mr. Fournier and Mr. Tomlin's transcript before you went to the grand jury?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. For the grand jury, I think I didn't read anything. I didn't have anything to read or remember for that night.
Well, are you sure or not?
I'm not sure.
You're not.
I'm not
You
sure.
so you might have read something.
I'm not sure.
Well, you did talk to the DAs before you went to the
Oh
grand
yeah,
jury.
I talked to DA for sure.
And they had the reports, didn't they?
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
So don't you recall getting a copy of the report?
I get a copy of the record.
He's been asked next. What does it say? He doesn't recall.
I'll give him a little leeway, but after a while, we're going to move forward. But overruled for right now. You may proceed.
All right, what I'm trying to find out is, are you positive you didn't have that transcript from February 3rd, 2003 before you went to the grand jury? Are you positive about that?
I think so. So I don't have. Like I said, I'm not sure.
All right, now, going back to the meeting at your house Monday night, are you comfortable, et cetera? Did you talk about any of the facts of the case?
Like I said, he asked me if
Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean you get to keep asking the question over and over and over and over. I am getting really angry with this guy.
I remember that night, everything that night, and I said, yeah, I remember most of the things that night.
You remember most of the things.
Most of the things.
Well, did you go over the events so that you could figure out what you didn't remember and what you did remember?
Like I said, there's like some stuff, some stuff that happened that night. I was like, I don't know, like who described in the same words, but yeah.
So did you try to get it so you were using the same words each time?
Objection, no argument.
Overruled. You may answer.
I try to use the same words all the time. I try.
Okay. And if you didn't remember the same words, did you look at the transcript or somehow remember what words you'd used in the past so that you could use the same
Yeah,
words?
I try to remember that.
Okay. And so you'd read the transcript to see what you said before, right?
Yes.
He's trying to intimidate him. I don't like it.
Before that meeting, Monday night, when was the last time you saw one of the DAs?
Now, an excellent line of questioning.
Probably 4 months or 3 months before. And
Going back to that meeting Monday night, did you talk about anything else other than what happened the night of February 2nd and 3rd? Did you talk about anything else?
I talked to, I told him that in the, I think next day, somebody knocked on my door, tried to get an interview. I talked that the lawyer, Mr. Shapiro at that time, tried to contact me, I think twice. I think basically is that.
100%.
When you're saying the next day, are you saying the next day after February 3rd?
Sorry, it was in February 3rd, I think. Was in the afternoon, I think.
Well,
I'm not sure if it was in the afternoon or February 4th, early in the morning.
An investigator came to talk to you?
Or do you mean what kind of investigator?
Well, any kind of investigator.
Just, I talked to the police, the investigator, police guys. And
Okay, let's do the sequence then. The early morning of February 3rd, you spoke to Alhambra police officers Esther Pineda and Officer Kennedy. Recall that?
yes, I recall that I talked to them.
They were in uniforms, right?
No, they gave me a ride to the Alhambra Police Department.
Okay, so that interview took place at the police department?
I think I was talking to the officer during the way to the Alhambra Police Department. And I remember that I talked to them over there. They feed me over there.
Okay.
I was hungry at that time.
Okay, then later, now it's the daytime of February 3rd, is that right?
Morning time, I talked to Detective Fournier.
Okay, and he had a partner named Tomlin, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you spent about an hour with them, is that right?
I don't know how long. Yes, it was
Well, what's your best estimate?
1 hour, 2 hours. I'm not sure.
Answered all their questions.
I tried to. Yes.
Okay. Then you went home after that?
Yes.
And at some point, a private investigator or a non-police investigator came to knock on your door?
I know. It was just like somebody from the news. Like I don't know, from any newspaper or TV. They tried to get an interview. I don't know.
Right here? Anybody you see from here?
No, going to my house. No.
Okay. Then who's the next person that you spoke to about the case?
I talked to my wife.
Okay, next, other than your wife, who's the next person you spoke to about the
I think, like I said, Mr. Shapiro was the first one that called my house and tried to talk to me.
And when was that?
I'm not sure I think it was February 3rd, like in the afternoon,
Okay,
but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think so, yes.
all right. But had a private investigator tried to talk to you before that?
Before that, no.
So you had a conversation with someone that said it was Mr. Shapiro?
I talked to him a little bit at the phone, and I refused to talk to him. I was so tired at that time. I remember I hung up the phone, and my wife, then he called back, and I think my wife was talking to him.
Okay. Before that conversation, you spoke to the police, the two sets of police you told me about.
Yes, in Alhambra Police Department.
Then someone that you thought was with the news media came and knocked on your door.
Yes,
Then you got a call from Mr. Shapiro, right?
yes,
Someone that said it was Mr. Shapiro.
yes.
I assume you don't know Mr. Shapiro, do you?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Now, up until that phone call, had any private investigator tried to interview you?
No,
So after that phone call, you went back to the residence of Mr. Spector and did a little recreation, a staging of the event for video. Is that right?
yes, on the next day in the morning.
Was it the morning or the afternoon?
I think it was in the morning. I think I arrived there in the morning and started in the afternoon. I'm not sure, but I was like ready in the morning. I have to wait for a long time for other two detectives to start the how you call like to show everything that happened that night.
The recreation.
The recreation.
Okay.
Exactly.
When you say you had to wait, were you waiting at Mr. Spector's residence or somewhere else?
I was waiting inside the car.
Outside his residence, inside your car or somebody else's?
Inside the residence, close to the fountain, inside the car,
Whose car?
a police car.
Okay. So the police had come and picked you up?
I drove and my wife gave me a ride to Alhambra area, and we met in a gas station. I met with the police in a gas station.
But it wasn't Tomlin and Fournier?
At that time, no.
Okay. those officers took you up, parked you near the fountain, and you waited for the detectives and the video people to come. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody talk to you about the case while you're waiting?
No.
So then the video guy comes and the two detectives, and then you go through and kind of restage or recreate the event. Is that right?
Yes, step by step.
Okay. Did you ever see that video afterwards?
No.
Up until today, have you ever seen it?
No.
Okay. I assume, and this is in response to a question Mr. Jackson asked you, that each time you told the officers about the incident, you wanted to be accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they are recording or saying to me that I'm recording, it's official, yes, I'm doing that.
What if they were just taking notes and asking you, then what happened, then what happened? Didn't you try to be accurate there as well?
If you talk like informal, I can say what happened that night, but in a different way.
Well, you wouldn't say something that didn't happen, would you?
No, I don't think so.
Or you wouldn't say what happened and change it in any way, would you?
No, not change.
Okay. So you might not be as detailed, I guess is what you're saying.
Yes, like in the different words, yeah. If it's official, like I said, like in the transcript is really good.
I'm sorry?
The transcript is really good. It's everything that I saw that night and
Which transcript is
the
really
transcript,
good?
The transcript, when I talked to Mr. Fournier and Tommy,
That's
it's really good. Yeah, was really good. Was fresh at that time.
okay. Did someone tell you it was really good, or did you just conclude that yourself?
No, I conclude by myself, especially that because I was like there is like a lot of details that
Accurate is
in my words, I think.
for.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now,
Accurate.
you told us yesterday that you had driven for Mr. Spector for a period of time back before February of 2003, right?
Yes,
How long of a period of time did you drive for him?
around 3 months, I think, 3-4 months. I'm not sure. 3 months probably.
From when to when?
It's one from November to February, probably.
And how are you remembering that? How do you remember when you began driving and for Mr. Spector?
I had some notes about that.
Did you have a spreadsheet?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to as notes?
Yes.
Okay. Before I get to that, who introduced you to Mr. Spector?
Was his private driver at that time,
Mr. Dillon?
Mr. Dillon.
And where was that?
Was outside of the grill in the alley.
And do you remember when that was?
I don't know, it was a night, I don't remember the date.
Approximately when?
Well, November 2002. That is like the first job that I made for them. I drove like a reporter, and probably this guy made like an interview, and he has notes about that. I'm not sure today, but it was like 2 nights before or 1 night before that.
Do normal people remember the dates that everything happened? Because I sure don't. I would be in trouble if I ever had to testify in a trial because I don't remember dates. Is that something that people are normally supposed to remember? I remember things based on my illnesses. Like, I can sometimes tell you, okay, for instance, I remember when my Chihuahua died because it was the same year that I got my shoulder replaced. And I remember the year that I got Belle because it was the year that my dad died. That's how I remember. I remember things because of the bad things that happened. I remember, yeah, I remember the dates of bad things that happened, but not good things, unless the good things happened the same year bad things happen.
That's the first job.
Are you familiar with the holiday of Thanksgiving?
Yeah, as I'm familiar with.
And do you remember when that holiday of 2002?
No,
The meeting, the introduction you had with Mr. Spector, do you remember if it was before excuse me, did I say Halloween? Before Thanksgiving or after Thanksgiving?
I don't know.
Okay. The first job you remember, you drove a reporter somewhere?
Yes,
Do you remember the reporter's name?
I know. I don't remember. I know that he was from UK.
Okay. Meaning the United Kingdom?
Yes,
Meaning Britain?
yes,
And where did you pick that? As a male or female?
mayor
And where'd you pick that person up?
on Sunset Street.
Okay, do you remember where?
I was in a hotel. I don't remember the name of the hotel.
Okay, do you remember across street?
Doheny, I'm not sure. Could be Doheny, I'm not sure.
Could it be La Cienega?
Could be La Cienega.
Is Doheny a guess?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think it's Hyatt Hotel. I'm not sure if it's Hyatt Hotel.
And was that person alone?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Was that person alone?
Yes, he was.
And where'd you go?
Objection, this is irrelevant.
I think it's simply to show, that he met with the person to set a date. I think we're going as far as we're going.
That was the last question on that.
Okay, then, I don't think where he went. Where did you take the reporter? And then I'm just going to.
Mrs. Spector's house.
Okay, now you may move forward.
Is that the house in Alhambra?
Yes.
How'd you know how to get there?
Objection.
Sustained.
Had you spoken with Mr. Spector before that?
No,
Well, when you're introduced, you spoke to him, right?
no. I've never like met Mr. Spector like officially. I just talked to the driver and his secretary.
Well, a little while ago, I asked you, when did you meet Mr. Spector? And you said at the grill around November. Did I misunderstand
The
that?
driver.
You met
I met the driver.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, I have an exhibit that I would like to mark. I think it's Pete.
You're correct.
All right. And place the exhibit.
Have the district attorney seen it?
I have.
All right.
Yeah, I should have. That's what we're doing this morning. Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever works better for you. You can either look on the projector or look on the. Does that show the times that you work?
Yes.
And when does it show your first job? Can you tell from there?
No.
So you don't have any dates on that or any reference to that?
No, I don't. I started to work with this kind of sheet on January that year. Like control the money that I make.
This kind of
Sheet or software, Excel.
sheet?
Yeah.
All right. Like you said something else. After you worked for Mr. Spector, did you prepare a bill for him?
I don't have to prepare a bill for him. I usually call the secretary the day after. I make the job.
Did
I don't remember that, but I don't think so. I usually talk to her about how much was the job.
Okay, yesterday you said Mr. Spector
Yes.
and Mr. had it in the car. You would gas or whatever. Did you ever pay for gas?
So probably I think I made once a long time ago. I don't know if I talked to. I think I gave to Michelle the total by phone. I'm not sure. But most of the time I use his credit card to pay the gas.
So is it your testimony that you only one time used your own money or card to buy gas or something for the car?
This one I don't remember, but I used I think once. And sometimes I tip the valet park, so I didn't charge him.
Well, you said that one time that you did use your own money, you think you called the secretary and told her about it?
Yes, not sure. Let them for invoice. I'm not remember.
All right, Your Honor, I have a series of documents I'd like to mark Q1, Q2, Q3, and 4. Mr. Stiles, I'm placing before you what's been marked Q1 for identification. Recognize that document?
Yes,
What is that?
it's like a kind of invoice.
It's kind of an invoice that you prepared, right?
Yes,
And this is, do you now remember that you did prepare these invoices?
yes. Now I remember that.
Okay. So when you said earlier you didn't do that, you just
I
forgot?
said that I didn't remember that.
Okay, so I'm saying you forgot.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, placing before you Q2, is that another invoice?
Yes, it is.
And is there a charge for gasoline on there?
Yes, it
Is that the
is.
one time you did that?
Yes, probably.
Okay. Placing before you Q3, what's that?
That's invoice.
Is there a charge for gasoline on that?
Yes, it is.
Oh, you forgot that one?
Probably. Yes.
Okay. Putting Q4 before you, what's that?
It's an invoice.
And is it for 2 days of service?
Yes, it is.
And are there 2 charges for gasoline?
Yes.
Forgot about both those?
Probably yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I took it away. Could we put Exhibit P back up on the projector, please? You told us that you drove for Mr. Spector 13 or 14 times. Is that right?
Yes, around that.
Okay. It's very hard to read from back here, but you can see the column for Spector in the exhibit you have in your hand, right?
Yes.
And does that list the times you drove for Mr. Spector?
Yes.
How many times did you drive for him?
Here was 3, 6, 9, 10 over here.
10.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes, 10.
Okay. Is that the accurate number?
Yeah.
Okay.
In this file, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of talking to Mr. Spector, you didn't really have conversations with him, did you?
Not a lot, no.
You never formally introduced to him,
No.
and the conversations to get you providing service for Mr. Spector would be some secretary or assistant would call you and say, are you available to drive tonight or tomorrow or some date? Is that right?
Yes, right.
Would you be at Mr. Spector's residence at 7 p.m.? Something like that, right?
Correct.
You get to the location and Mr. Spector would come out, get in the car, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Spector would say, what do you call you? Mr. D'Souza, Adriano, what do you call you?
They call me many names. I think they don't know my name. They call me like many names. I don't remember the names, but the correct name, they never said the name correct.
They weren't nasty names, were they?
I don't care. It's like, for me, it's like just a job.
Well, regardless of whether or not you care, I mean, he didn't call you that word, did he?
No, of course not.
Okay. He was actually polite to you, wasn't he?
Yes.
When he spoke to you, I'm talking about. All right. Now, when he'd get in the car, he'd say, let's go, and he'd tell you where to go, right?
Yes.
And if you knew where it was, you'd go there. And if you didn't, you'd ask him, where is that? Is that right?
Yes.
Other than that conversation, did you speak to him on any other matters?
Yes, sometimes they complain about the traffic, and I try to get out of the freeway and get the streets, and he complains to the things like that. No,
That's irrelevant.
It's all right, just a small question. The answer was, no, that's not the only person. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, you may proceed.
But other than let's go to the grill, let's get off the freeway, the traffic's too heavy, traffic on Wilshire's too heavy. Other than that type of statement, did you have further conversation with him?
I had help with cell phone. He calls, and he had like some difficulty to operate this.
Very short conversations, it sounds like.
Yeah, there's no like a big conversation.
Jim?
Yes.
Can you describe Mr. Spector's voice?
Do you want me to?
Oh, come on. We're almost done with this part.
To the grill in the alley. That's his voice. Like that.
Exactly, yes.
So he has, well, that's one way, or you could,
Adriano.
would all be very short, is that right?
Yes.
And did you ever misunderstand him and say, did you want to go, or did you want, Jeremy?
Yes.
Can you describe Mr. Spector's?
I'm not good at describe stuff. So, voice. Do you want me to talk like him?
Well, that's one way, or you could,
Adriano, go to the grill in the alley. That's his voice. Like that.
Exactly, yes.
so he has, if I could describe that, that sounds like it's a small voice, kind of a small voice.
Yes.
Some people have big voices, right?
Yes.
Is there some reason you're standing behind Mr. Cutler? Yes.
All right. But Mr. Spector, he's a soft-spoken man, is that right?
Yes.
And he doesn't talk a lot. He's not, you know the word careless?
No,
Okay. He doesn't talk a lot, does he? At least in your presence.
not with me.
Now, you said that on sometimes, some of the occasions when you've driven him around, he was drinking. He would go to a restaurant or a nightclub or someplace where they serve alcohol, and he would appear to have taken some drink. Is that right?
Yes.
And on some of those occasions, you formed the opinion that he got inebriated. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, you know that word, right?
Yes.
You're drunk.
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Spector got drunk, his voice changed. Is that right?
I must say, this is like I can answer yes and no.
Well, if it's no, you could say that, and if it's yes, you could explain. But let me just ask it a different way. It might help you. You previously said that you heard Mr. Spector talk when he's drinking, right?
Yes.
For Mr. Jackson, when you asked him that, and when he asked you that, you said he would mumble, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. But when he's drinking, he mumbled. Is that right?
Not all the time.
But sometimes.
Sometimes.
Okay. And you previously said that when he was drinking and he mumbled, it sounded to you like blah, 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 something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. He slurred his words
Yes.
so that the S's would get long, or the wouldn't put all the consonants in the word, kind of mess up the words. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But only when he's drunk.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Now, during the period of time that you worked with Mr.
Adriano's defense, I don't know what the word garrulous, was that it? I don't know what that word means. So, and I am a native English speaker, and I don't know what that word means. I've heard it before. I've seen it before. I can read it in a book when it's in a book, but that doesn't mean I know what it means. There's lots of English words I don't know what they mean. I guarantee you lawyers know a lot more English words than I do. I'm just a simple little country girl. I don't know a lot of big words.
You never became particularly friendly with him, did you?
I try to be friendly, yes, but we don't have like a conversation. So, like I said.
It just, I mean, it was a professional relationship. It was kind of distant, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't think he particularly was friendly with you, did you?
I don't know. I don't know him.
Okay.
I didn't know him at that time. I don't know.
You still don't know him, do you?
Yes, I don't know him.
Okay. But you didn't feel particularly friendly with him, did you?
I was comfortable with him.
All right. I'm talking about friendly. You wouldn't describe him as a friend, would you?
No, friend, no. Friend, no.
All right, on that note, we have to make some inquiries as we draw close to the noon hour. Does anybody know whether Dr. Lee is on a plane?
Dr. Lee does.
Well, that's true, he does, but that doesn't help me.
He's here, Your Honor. He's at the hotel.
Okay, so he'll be here at 1:30.
Yes.
All right. As far as this witness is concerned, then it will be 9:30 on Monday, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. DeSouza, at 9:30 on Monday, you'll be back. We have other things we're doing this afternoon, and the courtroom is dark tomorrow. And we don't meet on Friday. So you'll be back at Monday at 9:30. Do not discuss this case with anyone except the counsel in this case, and we'll see you 9:30 on Monday morning.
Okay.
All right? Thank you, sir. And the other matter, there's another matter, but I don't think we'll do it today. We can take it up some other time concerning the emails and things like that we need to do now. All right, so the jury at this time, ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind the admonition, and we'll see you at 9:30 on Monday morning as well.
I had these all ready to go, but then StreamYard started acting hinky, so I closed them. So now I gotta find them all again. Yeah, I haven't watched Con Air in so long that I don't remember that. But I remember the talkative guy, so I believe it. I used to love Dr. Henry Lee, and then I found out that he testified for the defense in OJ, and then I was like, I don't like him anymore. And now he's testifying for the defense in this case too. All right, StreamYard, share my screen. Thank you. Why is this on there twice? Why is that on there twice? That's weird. StreamYard.
I think we're beyond that.
Teenage right now, not what I'm telling you to do. StreamYard muted me. Stupid StreamYard. How long have I been muted? I thought because I didn't have my mic right in front of me. I hate StreamYard so much. Yay. No, what I was saying, I don't know if you guys heard me about my nieces. My brother lives in Oregon, and they came out to visit, and they swore that my uncle sounded just like Boomhauer from King of the Hill. And I was like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. I understand everything he says. They swore they couldn't understand a word. And there's a judge not Judge Van, there's another judge in Northern Florida that I can't remember his name, but he sounds like everybody in my family. Like, I love that judge because the accent is like home. Dang, I don't remember his name, but he's somewhere in North Florida. When I'm talking to people like on here, you don't hear it. But like, if I'm just not paying attention and just having a conversation with somebody, it'll come out. Like, if I'm watching, especially like if I'm watching Biggin and they're doing body, like, body cam footage and stuff, and I'm like screaming stuff at at the screen, it'll be like bad grammar and like southernisms and the complete everything, but then when I type what I said, it's perfect grammar and everything. Sometimes I'll type it like I say it, and then I'll be embarrassed that I typed it like I said it. Like, I can't even think of any examples right now, but I don't. So it's just because. Well, I know why I do that, because my mom. Okay, I am the product of a hillbilly and a redneck. My mom is from the Appalachian Mountains, however you say it. And my dad is a Florida cracker. So he's from North Florida. That's funny. Hey Rodney. But my mom, and I don't know why my mom was this way. This is one of the things about my mom that was really, really odd. She was embarrassed by it. And so she did. Why am I talking little here? She was embarrassed by it, and she did everything she could to lose her accent. So one time we went, I gotta turn the fan on. One time, I don't know how old I was. I was little. And we went up to Virginia to visit relatives, and my great aunt was telling a story about something, and she kept talking about paints. Somebody's paints. And it didn't make sense in context, and I was confused. And I asked Mom what she was talking about, and I got in trouble for making fun of my great aunt. She was talking about pants, but she said paints. And I got in trouble because I didn't understand it, because in the context of the sentence, paints, I'm thinking, with a paintbrush, paints. And I got in trouble. So, well, I don't think Florida cracker, I don't think I use it in the exactly correct way. Daddy always said he was a Florida cracker, but redneck cracker we use interchangeably, but I don't think the official meaning of cracker is that. Yeah. We kind of use cracker and redneck interchangeably. Yeah, you're in Florida. That's why you understand this stuff. But yeah, I don't know why my mom was like so embarrassed by her heritage. I'm proud of it. Like I think it would be cool. And she didn't teach me any of like the cooking and the recipes, and like I've got her old cast iron skillet. I don't know how to use it. I washed the thing. I didn't know you weren't supposed to wash a cast iron skillet. I don't ever use it because I ruined it. I don't even know how to fix it now. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I know, right? I know. When we moved into this house, because my stupid stepmother said, "Oh, I left you all your mom's things." She didn't. She actually moved out with a bunch of my mom's furniture that was supposed to go to me. Whatever. Um, I know I need to watch a YouTube video to figure out how to do that. Oh, cool. But yeah, I was like, oh, cool. She left me my mom's old cast iron skillet. What did I do? I washed the thing. And then later I found out, oh, no, you're not supposed to do that. I was like, I didn't know. Because my mom was super, super controlling. And she never taught me to do anything because she didn't want me to grow up. Okay. I knew it was something like that, but I wasn't sure. So, and my mom only ever used it to make cornbread. So I don't even know how to make. I mean, I guess I can find a recipe for cornbread, but yeah, my mom. I didn't know how to wash clothes. I didn't know how to use a washing machine. I knew nothing. My mom died when I was 21 years old. I knew nothing. I couldn't take care of myself. I knew nothing because she didn't want me to grow up. I was never allowed to go places with friends, and you wash them with salt. So yeah, I do have a southern accent. I just don't. Now my mom, when she got tired was tarred, hair was har, fire was far. So I do when I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying. And yeah, I mean, you can hear it a little bit, but not. People from the South can hear it. But people from other places, they're like, why don't you have an accent? Like I went um back in the 90s. No, I don't say crick. I say creek. I don't say crick. I think it's weird that people say crick. Um Back in the 90s, I went to like back when they had IRC, internet relay chat. A whole bunch of us that talked on chat, we met in Chicago, and there was one woman from Alabama, and she was like, you don't have an accent. I haven't heard you say y'all the first time. And I was like, yeah, yes I do, yes I do. And it's almost like I get not offended, but like people don't think Florida's the South. Yes, North Florida is part of the South. South Florida, no. That's all like transplants. It's people from the north that want to come down where it's warm. But yeah, Winder. Yeah, and you know what my family does? It drives me insane. I don't know why they do it. Well, like I said, most of them are gone now, but Miami is Miami. What's another one? There's Hawaii is Hawaii. There's another one they do too. I don't remember, but yeah, Miami. It's Miami. Oh, yonder. Yeah. My nephew from Oregon came out to visit, and he loved the word yonder so much. The first time my dad said it, he's like, yonder. What does that mean? And he's like, over yonder. So everything, the rest of the time he was here, everything was over yonder. It's over yonder because he loved that word. Oh, yeah, my granddaddy was a moonshine runner. Yeah. Okay, back to the trial that I lost. I had it. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, hang on. Let me explain this real quick for anybody that doesn't know and is new. Back towards the beginning of the trial. Okay, I'll fix it. StreamYard is going to drive me to drink. Back towards. Yeah, men get more distinguished. We just get old. Back towards the beginning of the trial, we had gone through one witness, and this other guy, he gets subpoenaed, and he doesn't want to testify. Excuse me. When I talk a lot, I guess I gulp air or something, and then it gives me the burps. I don't know why. I am so mad at StreamYard. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, okay. So we got started on the trial. We had one witness, and then this guy gets subpoenaed. Oh, okay. He saw at the crime scene, they found a piece of something white And apparently they picked it up and they hid it. So it was never turned over to the prosecution. At first, they thought it was a piece of tooth. Then they came to the conclusion that it was a piece of her acrylic fingernail. And in opening statements, the defense said that it got knocked off because of the way she put the gun in her mouth when she unalived herself. Because that's what the defense is claiming happened. And she even put a pin in her mouth, talked with the pin in her mouth. It was so gross. So they did a hearing within the trial about this stupid piece of acrylic nail. And they wanted to talk to Dr. Lee about it, but he was in China at the time. So this is a continuation of that hearing within the trial. So they've interrupted Adriano's testimony to complete this hearing because now Dr. Lee is back in the country. So they're going to finish Adriano's cross-examination after they get done with Dr. Lee. And I don't know the purpose for this. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I guess it's going to be to see if they hid something from the prosecution or if that is going to be evidence in the trial. I'm not really sure what the end game is with this, but that's why Dr. Lee is testifying. Okay, Melissa. I'm glad you're here. I'll talk to you later. And his English, it's another non-native English speaker, but his English is really good. He just has a really thick accent. I'm sorry. I forgot you guys told me that you couldn't hear. I don't know why StreamYard does that. It just mutes the. It just mute. That's not what I wanted to do.
And in the field of forensic science,
Over 40-some years.
have you ever had any experience in going to scenes, death scenes or crime scenes?
Yes, many times I've been assist law enforcement, and include foreign country, assist them probably 6,000 or even more cases.
And when you would go to these scenes, as you've described, over 6,000 of them, what would be your role? What would you be doing at these scenes?
All depends on, if in Connecticut, if the case I'm in charge, which basically I'm the one will call the shot, and usually we have a set of a procedure, standard operation procedure. We follow that procedure. basically documentation of the scene, recognition potential evidence, collect, preserve the evidence, then transfer the evidence to the laboratory for analysis. Sometimes I was called to the scene as a consultant. I'm not in charge of the scene. As a consultant, basically I assist them in certain aspect of the case, such as crime scene reconstruction, blood spatter, pattern interpretation, or gunshot trajectory determination. Other time, if I retained by the defense, usually the crime scene already searched by the prosecution, the police officer, and now after they release the scene, then we go there, take a look at the scene, try to see any other information we can reveal, something we can find.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. When you're acting in the role of working for the defense, where the law enforcement agency has already gone through the scene and released it, what is your role? What do you do in that case?
Basically, pretty simple. As a forensic scientist, we are totally objective. Whatever we see, I document it. I take picture, I take notes. If anything have a potential evidential value, I collect it. Subsequently, sometimes transmit to the police department or law enforcement agency if they want it. If they don't want it, I give it to lawyer. If the lawyer doesn't want it, then eventually we dispose it.
What's next in order, Your Honor?
37.
37. Dr. Lee, did you take your notes, take notes of a scene visit that you did on the 4th of February of 2003 at the location of 1700 or at the home of Phil Spector?
Yes.
And how did it come about that you went to that particular location?
Now location, attorney Bob Shapiro took me there, took me and Dr. Bobbin.
And what was your reason for going to that scene?
The scene, according to Mr. Shapiro, this is the scene, actually the primary scene where the incident taking place. And the law enforcement already searched the scene for 30 some hours. They're going to release the scene. They want us to take a look of the scene.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you exhibit number 37. Ask if you recognize what this 3-page document is.
This 3-page document, which consists of 2 pages of my note, that's called rough note at the crime scene. We take a note. Then 1 page is my crime scene sketches.
Okay, and did you generate these notes when you were at this scene at the castle on February 4th of 2003?
Yes.
And do you have the original notes that that is a copy of, exhibit number 37 is a copy of?
Yes, I have 3 pages of note, 2 pages note, 1 page of diagram.
Okay. And with reference to your view of the scene, how did you go about going over the scene and looking at the scene? What was your procedure that you followed?
My procedure, generally, it's a standard procedure. When we get to the scene, we take an overall view look. Just walk around to see what the scene looks like. Meanwhile, I take a couple pictures and observe where's the living room, where's the bedroom, where's the hallway. So once we take an overall view photograph and a so-called general walk-by, take a look, then we pinpoint to the location where the actual incident taking place, which in this case is in the foyer area near the back door. So that area, because lighting pretty bad, when I get there, it's about 9:30 p.m. that on February 4th. So I suggest we should have some extra lighting. So some private detective was able to get some light, set it up. So once you set it up, I will take some close-up picture, photograph. After I document that, then I will see whether or not I have potential evidence. If I have evidence, I will collect that and package and mark. If some potential evidence have to do chemical tests, I set up a station area on the side, then conduct some chemical tests. Once I finish all those tests, then I will reassess the situation. I left the scene approximately 1 o'clock in the morning next day.
Okay. Now, these physical tests these chemical tests that you talked about, did you document the fact that you did those tests in your notes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to show you the next exhibit in order, which would be exhibit number 38.
Yes.
And if we could have that put on the screen.
What is it, please?
It's a overall view of the foyer area and the stairs on the right of the Spector home at 1700 Grandview Avenue. Do you see that picture, Dr. Lee?
Yes, I see that picture.
Did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what this picture was as far as the reason you took it and why you took this particular photograph?
This picture, when I got there, I took this picture. Before the extra lighting was set up, everything's still in place. I took an overall view shot, shows the foyer area. The foyer area later I measured is 10 feet, 10 inches wide. And as I can see, do you have a laser pointer?
I do not. No, I don't.
Court
guys
can't
have-
afford one, so we don't know.
You don't happen to have one, do you? I
You
have
should
one.
tell me, I will bring one.
Now I gotta figure out how to turn it.
I can,
There we go. Here we go. Top button.
thank you.
Very scientific.
The camera lens is face the door. I can see a staircase goes upstairs to second floor. I also document one chair, white chair, and the chest mirror on the east side. On the west side, have a wooded panel. On the floor here is a blue stand. Nobody cut it, nobody touch it. That's what, when I walk in, when I do the overview photo, here's the blue stand. Also, I noticed on the carpet has some X's. Quite a few X's. Staircase also has some X's, which I still don't know what those X's means. So, but I took a picture before we do anything. That's the first photograph depicts.
Okay, I want to now mark the photograph next in order, which will be number 39. If you could get that on the screen. Do you recognize this particular photograph?
Yes, this photograph I took closer, focus on this blue stand. It's not one stand, it's a composite of two major stands, a smaller stand. The longer one, this is about 6 inches long, about 2.6 inch wide. I noticed there are little white things sticking out in this stand and little white things sticking out here.
Okay, and Dr. Lee, I'm marking another photograph number 40. Ask if you recognize this particular photograph. It purports to be a close-up of what appears to be the same two stains in the previous photograph.
This is a close-up view, shows my ruler, Dr. Henry C. Lee. This is a 6-inch ruler. This is the major blue stand. That's the side blue stand. Have one white-like substances. Here, another one. And a lack of a better description, I call thread-like material because it looks like a fabric material. Fibers, it's in a bundle of fabric. It's smaller than a string, larger than one single thread. So I say thread-like a material. That two pieces of material sticking out and foreign to the scene. That's supposed to be here. The carpet is red, blood is dark rich red, but these two material, it's kind of interesting in order to preserve that. That's why I collect it.
Okay, and looking at the next in order, number 41, if we could put that on the screen, ask if you recognize this particular photograph that's being put up now. You recognize what that is?
Yes, this is the two piece of material. I pick it up. In addition, I pick up some carpet fabric, just as a control put together.
Okay, and did you document that in your notes that you collected this particular item?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
I call item number 1.
item number 1. Okay, now the next photograph in order, which would be photograph number 41. We could have that put up on the screen. you recognize this? It's also court's exhibit number 24, I believe. Do you recognize what?
Does it already have an evidence sticker on it?
I believe it already does.
Then it's got to stay as 24. It won't be 41. If it's already marked and it has an evidence sticker on it.
Actually, this is a different printed out one, but we have it in the original package.
Well, if you want to use that and mark it as 41, that's fine, even if it ends up duplicating, as long as it doesn't have an
We'll
evidence.
just use the previous one so we don't get.
That's fine. All right.
You recognize what's depicted in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, Court Exhibit 24 is a direct view, show the first and second step of staircase. Also show a portion of my shoes. I'm taking this picture, show this wooded area of the staircase.
And what was your purpose for taking this particular photograph, Dr. Lee?
On the staircase, I see an area looking like a fresh cut or scraping of the wood. That portion of the wood gone. Adjacent to that area, have a little reddish blood-like stain. On top of here, have another reddish second step, reddish blood-like stain.
Okay, and did you take some close-up photographs of this area?
Yes, sir, I did.
Next in order?
Next in order again would be, you could use 41.
It's again a remark. It's also 25.
All right, so you don't need to mark it.
Don't need to mark it. Thank you, Your Honor. What does this photograph depict, Dr. Lee?
Court Exhibit 25 depict a closer view with the scale, my ruler, Dr. Henry Lee, and here, that's the fresh cut area from the wood. That's before I get there, I found this gun, so I assume could be law enforcement officer collect that. Adjacent to that, have a small amount of a blood stain.
Okay,
It's next to it.
okay.
This is the location.
Then another photograph. Did you take a more close-up view of this stain?
No, this is another stain on the second step.
Okay.
Here is a larger one, have a blood stain, which I photograph. Subsequently, I collect that particular stain, scraping into a piece of paper.
Okay. And what's the court's next in order, Your
It'll
Honor?
be 41.
41. And did you document the collection of that stain in your notes?
Yes, I document this on called item number 2.
Okay. And number 43, which appears to be
No,
42.
no, we're not to 43. Next will be 42.
42. Right, that last one should have been 42. Let's back up and
Okay, go back.
for the record, this particular exhibit, a close-up of a stain on the second step is exhibit number 42.
This is the second step.
Okay.
This second step, as you can see here, have some discoloration of the wood. You can go back to the same house, you can still find that location. Here, the blood stain.
Now, exhibit number 43.
Actually,
So you haven't marked 42 then yet, correct? We don't need a 42, or do we?
42 is the close-up which was not marked.
Okay, and you don't have a pre-existing exhibit with that on it?
I don't believe so.
All right, 42 is a photograph then.
Do you recognize this photograph, which has been previously marked as 33?
Yes, I put the thread-like material in a slightly large, this stick paper. That's all I can find that night. And package it in a bindle. Number 2, that's the blood stain scraping from the stair. And then putting a plastic evidence bag.
Okay, and what was your reason for collecting first the threads, if you could explain that, the bundle of threads that you previously testified about?
This bundle of thread, it's not belongs to the scene. Many times when I respond to a shooting case, sometimes the suspect use a towel or white cloth cover the gun barrel, fire the shot to muff the sound, or to intercept the gunpowder residue or prevent the blood spatter deposit. So use a towel or cloth, powder residue or blood spatter. Use a towel to cover the gun. So I see those like yarn-like and thread-like material. At that point in time, I don't know what did happen exactly. So anything could be a inculpatory evidence, could be an exculpatory evidence. That's why I collected.
Okay.
I subsequently asked Attorney Shapiro, what should I do with that?
Okay, and these two items, they're documented in your notes, and you took this picture at the time that you were at the Spector home at 1700 Grandview Avenue?
Those evidence, well, before I collect a photograph at that time.
Okay. Next. In addition to, did you collect anything other than the two items that you just mentioned, Dr. Lee?
No, I did not.
Did you ever collect any type of a nail, either a portion of a human fingernail or a portion of an acrylic fingernail? Did you ever collect anything like that?
Definitely not.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as Courts Exhibit 43 and ask you whether you recognize this particular photograph.
Recognize this photograph, Court Exhibit 43. I took an overall view of the west side wall. It's paneled wall. I noticed some damage on the molding area, then two fresh cuts on this wooded area.
Okay. And did you look at anything that you thought was of importance on this particular west wall?
The west wall, I look at some, as many other people at the scene also try to look at any blood spot on this wall. So I did some general swabbing, testing. I think I found 3 areas give a phenolphthalein positive.
Okay, what is phenolphthalein?
Phenolphthalein is a chemical presumptive test for blood, not necessary blood. It's a presumptive test. If it's positive, which means could be blood or could be something give similar reaction.
Okay, now the next photograph, in order, do you recognize what this is? The Courts Exhibit number 44?
So what you need to do, Mr. Ford, it's gonna get confusing. If you want to mark something, ask me.
Okay.
And I'll give it a number. We'll make sure we're not duplicating it, because otherwise, these haven't been marked yet technically, okay? It's very hard for the clerk. So I take it you wanted to mark 43, which is the photo that's up on the board, and now you want to mark 44?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, it's a photograph.
Appears to be a close-up of what's been referred to as the west wall.
All right, thank you.
You recognize this picture, Dr. Lee?
Yes.
Hold on.
This is a photograph, a close-up view, shows some damage of the molding area. Also a fresh cut in this area.
That's a good question, Judy. He's a blood spatter expert. He shouldn't actually be collecting samples. He said scrapings, right? Like, CSI should be doing that. Taking pictures of blood spatter would be appropriate, but actually taking scrapings to study in the lab? What is, yeah, you're right. That's weird.
I did some general swab in this area, give a weak positive phenolphthalein reaction.
Okay. Do you remember an attorney by the name of Sarah Kaplan being in or around the scene when you were in this particular?
There are some people in there.
Okay. Do you remember an attorney by the name of Sarah Kaplan that was looking at this wall also? And if you do, what do you remember about?
Everybody tried to assist me, say, how about test this spot, that spot? So they try to point potential spot to me.
Okay, so you visually examined this wall. Did you see some spots on this wall that you felt were important to do testing on?
I saw some area potential to test on. I did not see a blood drop. If a blood drop, I probably collect it.
Okay. When you, okay, next in order is another close-up photograph of this same area, Your Honor.
45.
Thank you. Recognize this photograph as another photograph of the same area?
This is the same photograph without the ruler.
Okay. Now I want to put something on the Elmo here, has to be marked as exhibit number 46.
Right? It's a photograph.
Yes, it is. Oops. There we go. Take a minute. This comes into focus, Dr. Lee. You can tell us what this is.
This basically is a station, working station I set up because that night I'm pretty busy. I have to take notes, take pictures, and perform the test. So I arrange everything I needed. And in the corner, that's one of the magnifying glass I use. It's a big magnifying glass, which I commonly use, bring with me at the scene to use. And here's 3 vial of chemical reagent, ethanol, phenolphthalein, and 3% hydrogen peroxide. Those are the pipettes I'm going to use, take the reagent. Here, it's out of focus, but you can see a blue tip and a test tube have some white stuff in there. This is a plastic bag. When I finish testing, I throw all the debris. Like, for example, this is a glove. Once I working a while, then I change a glove, I put in there. Some area give that pinkish look. That's the phenolphthalein positive reaction, give a pinkish look. This chemical, in the presence of blood or any oxidase activity, will turn pink.
Okay, and describe for the court, how do you actually do the phenolphthalein test? In other words, describe what you do in the testing process.
Phenolphthalein test, if I can see a blood cross or blood stand, usually I try to photograph, collect. If I see this area have a very faint potential area, I use this type of tubes.
Okay, you pulled some tubes out of a thing. Are those, do they have anything to do with this case as far as using those tubes?
Yes,
Okay, are those just samples of what you used in this case?
that's the sample I use all the time. It's a sterilized plastic tube. Inside have cotton swab.
Okay, can we have that packet marked next in order, please?
Sure, 47.
Okay, now these are not the ones you did use in this case. These are ones that,
My standard kit I
Okay.
used in Connecticut.
and what's the number you're on?
47.
Okay, for the record, I'll mark on the envelope that these tubes are in. They appear to be 2 little, looks like some type of plastic tubes. So explain to Judge Fiddler what you do with these tubes and how you use them in this testing process.
For example, if this bench have a little discoloration or like a spot, I open up the tube, take the swab out, use some distilled water, moisture, and try to transfer this stand onto a swab. Now, once I transfer, I put back in the tube to avoid contamination. Then take this, I put to my workstation. I have to walk over my workstation. I place this down, sometimes take another swab just to save some walking. Another swab. I did not bring my tweezer. Usually I have a tweezer, much easier to get it done. So I transfer another spot, then put in here. Once I get to the station, then I open it up. I do the testing. Take the first ethanol to hydrate, then put the phenolphthalein over. I'm observe for a second to see any color change. If no color change, then I go to third step. Put hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide will catalyze the area, this will turn pink. Once finished testing, I just put it back and throw it away.
So you, in your notes, you document a number of places where you do presumptive testing and you put like a plus there. What does that mean?
Phenolphthalein positive.
Okay, and what is the sensitivity of phenolphthalein as a presumptive blood test? In other words, if you could give us an idea of how
It's
sensitive.
very sensitive. Actually can get to about 1 in 1 million dilution. You have a whole drop of blood, you dilute it to get 1 million with water, we still can pick it up.
Now, did you swab some areas of that west wall and get a presumptive positive blood test result?
Yes,
And did you document all that in your notes?
I swabbed the area because I did not see any visible stain, nor I can do any further test. That's why I just say phenolphthalein positive.
Okay. Now, the item that you collected, that was the blood on the second stair that you packaged up, item number 2, did you actually test that one at all?
Yes, I tested, it gave a positive reaction with phenolphthalein, but because the quantity of preservative, maybe future can do DNA test.
Okay, so that you feel is suitable for some DNA testing?
Yes.
And were there other stains on either one of those stairs, steps 1 and 2?
Yeah, I have another stain on the first step. I test positive, but I did not collect it.
Okay, I had heard that he had been discredited, but I didn't know exactly what had happened. So I'm gonna have to Google that because I didn't know specifics. The true crime community in general loved this man. He was like, I'm trying to think of he was like the pinnacle of forensic. I can't even think of words to describe. He was like top tier. It was like if he said it, it had to be true. You know what I mean? So I knew that he had done something to discredit himself, but I didn't know specifics. So I'm gonna have to Google that, unless you have more details that you can share with us, because I didn't know specifically what had happened. That's sad. That's really sad. So I'm assuming since they knew that happened that the men were released or at least got a new trial or something. I would hope.
Okay, was it too small to collect, in other words?
Too small to collect.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lee, with reference to did you collect any other items at the scene?
No.
Can you describe how you looked at this foyer area? In other words, what you looked for and how you searched the scene to look for any items that might be of significance?
The foyer area pretty small, as I say, about 10 feet size, and the bloodstain area also very limited. So the area apparently the LA law enforcement already did a pretty good job. They stayed there 30 some hours, so really not much. They took the whole chair, nothing to examine. I look at the wall, I look at the area, I look at the whole house, and only one place, Phil Spector's house, some ceiling falling off. I don't know, you know that. Some plaster fall off on the hallway, so I took a picture of it. Ceiling, brand ceiling, some plaster fall off on the carpet, so I took a picture, but no sense to collect it. Some plaster, so I didn't collect it.
Okay, Dr. Lee, sometime after you were at the 1700 Grandview Avenue home of Mr. Spector, did you get sent to you some item that purportedly came from that scene?
Before I get to that stage, and I finished because the rest of it is eating pizzas. I'm the only one working, by the way. So finally I finished. So I had to eat some pizza, then I took off.
Okay. Now, sometime after that, did a person named Stan White send you something?
Yes, out of blue, I received a package.
Okay.
And apparently by an individual called Stanley White.
Did you see Mr. White collecting anything at the scene?
I did not see him.
Okay. I want to show you I would ask to mark next in order a picture of what purports to be a Macy's shopping bag.
This will be 48.
48.
Wendy, 48 is a photograph.
You recognize that picture?
Yes,
And what is that?
Mr. White sent to me.
Okay. And is that the way it was packaged when you received it?
Yes, in the inside of a Federal Express package.
Okay, and asked another photograph to be marked number 49.
So marked.
Oops. You recognize this exhibit number 49?
Yeah, that's the reverse side of the Macy's shopping bag. Have a Stanley White and some Scotch tape the portion of the bag.
Okay, and did you have occasion to open the bag?
I called Bob Shapiro and what is this? And finally I opened it up.
Okay, showing you, ask that the next photograph be marked in order, which is purports to be a picture of a piece of carpeting, and that'd be number 50.
Correct.
You recognize what this is, Dr. Lee?
When I opened up this shopping bag, I found a piece of the red carpet, have some blood stain on it.
Does it appear to be the portion of carpet that you saw at the Spector residence some year before?
Yes.
Okay, and did you do anything to repackage that item?
Because this is a biohazard material, you should not put in a shopping bag. So I transferred this to a biohazard bag and seal it. And I've been calling everybody what I'm going to do with it.
Okay.
Nobody tell me, so I just kept it.
Okay, and can we have that marked next in order, Your Honor?
51, but we have special procedures if it's considered because of the nature of it. Wendy, what do you want to do with that?
I don't need to mark it if we don't have to.
Does anybody, the prosecution want this exhibit?
Yes.
All right, we'll mark it as 51 and we'll figure out what to do with it.
And we have personnel from the crime lab here, maybe we can discuss
Maybe we
it
can
later.
work out releasing it to them to hold.
Correct.
Okay, fine.
Thank you for getting rid of it.
Dr. Lee, did you examine this item 51?
No reason to examine.
Okay, and you saw the carpet and the stain when you were there, you took photographs of it, et cetera, is that correct? When you were at the...
I assume this is the same. I did not collect it, I did not cut it, so I have no idea where they come from.
Okay. Okay, now, Dr. Lee, you were asked to look at some testimony. Well, let me ask you this. I've got some additional pictures I'd like you to take a look at here. If you could, we could just, these are on the computer, they were previously marked as district attorney's exhibits. And, but I'm not sure of the numbers that we have. Maybe we should get the original ones here. Yeah, these are the courts.
So you think what you have is
Have been previously marked. I believe Mr. Jackson previously marked them. It's just a matter of going through and finding them.
okay?
Go. This is exhibit, reads number 21.
Courts exhibit or people's exhibit?
It's court's exhibit. It's not in the trial.
Okay.
You recognize that? Is that the same item that you sent to the sheriff's department at some point in time?
Yes,
Okay. And exhibit number 20, is that, it purports to be the small blood drop that you collected from the step that you testified about? Is that?
yeah, that's the blood cross start breaking up now.
Okay.
Blood cross, I collected, start break it up.
And did you send that to, how did you kept that for a period of time, then you sent it somewhere, is that correct?
I kept it, I asked Attorney Shapiro, I asked the second Attorney Leslie Everson, and what I'm going to do with it. So finally, they tell me send to LA Sheriff's Crime Laboratory.
Okay. Now, your collection of these two items that we've been discussing, has an issue ever come up in this case where they wanted you to testify about your collection of these items before?
Yes,
Okay, and when was that?
that was in '84.
Okay, can I have a letter report marked next in order, Your Honor?
52?
Okay. Is it 94 or 2000?
No, I'm 2004. I'm 2004.
What was that number again, Your Honor? Was it 52?
52 was the report.
Okay. You recognize this document, Dr. Lee?
Yes,
What is that document?
this is a letter from me to Attorney Everson.
Okay. Leslie Abramson?
Everson.
Okay, and does it deal with the issue regarding an allegation that you collected some type of a nail, a fingernail or portion thereof?
Yes,
Okay, and did you actually come to California ready to testify in 2004 to the fact that you never collected such a nail?
this issue, the first lawyer I tell Bob Shapiro is a thread-like material. The second lawyer, I wrote a report saying I never collect any nail like you. So you have to come to court to testify. So I did. I showed up in court. And subsequently, they say, all resolved, I don't have to testify.
When you came to court, you actually came to court ready to testify, then it just didn't go forward with testimony.
Supposedly.
And did you actually have the materials that you collected with you, just like you did today?
Yes.
Okay.
I have in my note, my material with me.
Okay. Ask that just a travel memo be marked next in order that basically kind of gives us a date and time context.
53.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, I want to show you what's been now marked as exhibit number 53. Ask if you recognize this item. You recognize what that is?
This is item my assistant took down, Attorney Morrissey, tried to find some date for me. It has to be a Friday. June 18, unfortunately, I have to be in Providence, assist them with a case for police. And June 25th, I am not available. I have to go to Pittsburgh to lecture and to Kent Law School. July 2nd, I said maybe, because that day I supposed to testify in New York, but I was able to talk to the court, send my assistant to testify. I will fly to Los Angeles.
Okay, so this is the time that you actually came to Los Angeles, came to court, but did not end up testifying.
Yes.
And at that time, did you actually, your items number 1 and your item number 2, did you actually have that with you at the time?
Yes.
And basically, it didn't go forward, you just kept those and later sent them to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Dr. Lee, with reference to Stanley White, were you asked to review a transcript of his testimony regarding his collection of evidence and observations on the 4th of February of 2003?
Yes,
Okay, and did you do that?
yes, I did.
Do you have a different recollection than what he testified about as to any of the things that he saw or observed?
I feel pretty upset. I think my reputation severely damaged because he's acting. I don't even know this person. I don't know why he did that. My recollection, I did not have any conversation. My document, my picture shows the carpet there. Nobody cut in the carpet. He said, setting the light, cutting the carpet. I take a fingernail, put in my handkerchief. I never put that biohazard material in my handkerchief. Just nobody does that. Forensic scientists, we all train to be objective, to be fair. Whatever we found, I reported. Nothing to hide about it. Then one time he said, that's not the handkerchief now, all of a sudden become a tissue. I mean, he said the fingernail is red. I just don't know what he's talking about.
Dr. Lee, did you collect anything or look at, or see anything that looked like a fingernail at that scene?
No, I did not see. I did not collect any fingernail, nor I did not collect any tools. All I did is collect that two thread-like material, which I
Nail-like material. Do you know what type of material that they're talking about? In other words,
yes, that's acrylic. It's not really nail. It's so-called fake nail. It's put on top of the nail. Once in a while, we see at the cases assault or homicide, we see those type of material, acrylic. It's not the real nail.
okay, so this is acrylic, and is it thin or is it thick or?
Acrylic is very thin because you have to put on top of your real fingernail,
Okay.
all right? And only a small portion missing. It's not the whole nail, which Mr. White said the whole nail. And he also said he often found fingers at the crime scene. In my career, 6,000 some cases, I only have 2 or 3 cases found a finger. He looks like so common in Los Angeles. Every homicide scene, every scene they found fingernail. It's not that common. And the whole fingernail. Also, acrylic is something, it's a synthetic material. He say he saw ridges. Ridges is a term we use to describe the line and the palm and the finger. That's called ridges. On the nail, we don't have ridges. Maybe some nail have some lines, but you don't call like a finger ridges. In addition, he say he saw lead white. Lead white, basically, the bullet have to touch this synthetic material. Scientifically, almost impossible. Acrylic, about 100 degree to 120 degrees centigrade, it's going to deform because it's a plastic. About 160 degree going to melt away. If you put next to a gun, you fire a shot, this whole thing is going to be gone. It's not going to be finding a fingernail. Also, I don't think Los Angeles investigator that incompetent. They searched 30 some hours with dozens of detective, laboratory people, sheriff people, or medical examiner. How can they miss a fingernail? It just doesn't make sense.
Okay. Did you also review some testimony by a Sarah Kaplan?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you have any recollection that comports to what she saw?
I think she made an honest mistake. When I use this swab the surface, putting a test tube, that looks like something white. Maybe she just make assumption, did not even check what's going on.
Is the tubes that you used to do your presumptive blood testing, or were they the only tubes that you had at that scene?
Yes.
You cannot testify that somebody else made an incorrect assumption. You can't do that. You can't do that. First of all, you can't testify that you assume something. You definitely can't testify that somebody else assumes something. He's full of crap. And why did he say tooth? They didn't even ask him anything about a tooth. The original white thing in question, they originally thought it was a tooth. Then they changed it to fingernail. Nobody asked him about a tooth. He brought up, I want this hearing within the trial to be done and over with. It's confusing. It's pointless. What are they even trying? What is the purpose of this?
Okay, and the other items that you collected them in some type of a Post-it bindle, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
You may.
I mean, I get it. They hid evidence. I get that. I get the importance.
In your career, were you ever involved with the Connecticut State Police?
Yes.
And what was your involvement with them?
I was their first chief criminalist and the laboratory director for 25 years. Then I became the commissioner for Connecticut State Police and Department of Public Safety, in charge all the law enforcement activity. Then I retired the third time. The governor asked me to stay on as chief emeritus. As chief emeritus, basically I get paid for $1 a year to assist in major case and training for laboratory people, for law enforcement people. So my career with Connecticut State Police is a very rewarding experience of almost 37 years now.
Dr. Lee, when you collected these swabs and put them in these vials to do this testing, did you use some type of tweezers to do that? Did you use some type of a holding thing?
The tweezers sometimes helping to take the tube out and helping, let's say, pick up something. I do bring a crime scene kit with me when I go to crime scene.
Do you use gloves when you are at a scene such as
Yes,
this?
I always use gloves.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Nothing further.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yay! Yay!
Your Honor, I believe under direct examination, Mr. Plourde indicated that Dr. Lee had brought his original notes.
Well, I forgot to mention, he also brought a disc of his original photographs, and also he found his negative. He has those with him also.
All right, can we take a break? Thank you. Can we take a break? I've never seen any of these items. As a matter of fact, I've never seen the Stan White
Okay.
photographs. I need some time to.
We'll take a brief recess.
Yeah, the only thing with the reference to the negatives, there are some photographs, I'm not sure if they're before, and maybe one after, that are not related to this, and we're going
You work it out
Okay, very good.
during the recess, all right?
Thank you.
And is it okay with the court if I ask Dr. Lee kindly to turn over to me so that I can have a chance to look at the original notes, the photograph, I'm sorry, the negatives, et cetera?
Well, I don't want, you could look at it, but I don't think
We'll
we'll.
worry about who takes possession
Right.
afterwards, but in the meantime, yes, we'll cooperate with that. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
That's all I know.
All right.
I'm such a nerd. I have a crush on an attorney. please stop buffering? On top, can you please stop buffering? No, Judy, you're fine. You didn't taint anything. I would have said the same thing even if I still love the guy. I've disliked him ever since I found out he testified for OJ.
Scenes, and you've done some 6,000 different scenes in your experience, correct?
That's correct.
You've worked with
And that's also good to know, too. Because think of all of the cases that he's done in the past. Just think of how many. You got to go back and wonder how many cases that the conviction hinged on his testimony. What if there were other cases? That is just so long. But yeah, you're fine. You didn't hate anything. Because you can't assume. You can't assume for yourself, let alone another person. And I 100% believe that that guy saw what he saw. Because he took it to how many papers? And then when the doo-doo hit the fan and he had to come talk about it in court, that was the last thing he wanted to do. That's why I believe him. I know it's weird that he wanted to tell the world, but then didn't want to tell it in court. But he didn't want to get blackballed by the entertainment industry. So that makes sense. Whereas putting it in a tabloid or whatever wasn't going to get him, he could do that anonymously if he wanted to, and it wasn't going to get him blackballed. This is a totally different situation. Yes. You say hi. You say hi. You say hi. Say hi. Say hi. No, you have to say hi. Everybody loves you. They think you're pretty. they don't know how mean you are. See, she has one little white spot right there. That's the only other color. She's all black except for that one white spot. All right, StreamYard. You ready to do what I want now?
Sarah Kaplan before.
Maybe once or twice before.
Do you remember what cases you worked with her on?
O.J. Simpson case, and another one is a it's related to some
Okay. And do crime scene investigation along with her or an association with her at in those two cases that you've just talked about?
No.
You didn't do any crime scene investigation concerning the O.J. Simpson case?
I did, but she wasn't there.
Okay. Did you meet her after you did your investigation on the O.J. Simpson?
I met her in Bob Shapiro's office.
And that was after you had already been to the scene and made your conclusions, et cetera, and analysis?
I never reach a final conclusion until we always keep the mind open because it may have some new evidence come in.
Did you find Ms. Kaplan to be an experienced attorney?
Very nice attorney. I don't know what.
Yay! Judy just texted me. She could put this in the chat because I'm going to share it with you guys anyways. I'm happy. I hope Bev allows it. The defense wants to call Garrett Wing. That is the dog fight expert or the dog training expert, the dog guy from Melanie Little's live stream, the guy that trains the police dogs that had the fake arm that looks just like John O'Keefe's arm. I can't wait. Of course, the Commonwealth filed a motion to exclude. I can't wait. Oh my God. I so hope he gets to testify. That fake arm. If you guys have not seen Melanie Little's live stream with the guy that trains police dogs, that fake arm looks exactly like John O'Keefe's arm. Exactly. And that is who the defense should have got all along. I so hope Bev allows. He's going to be better than Dr. Russell. Okay, I'm sorry. That really excited me. So. She only sent it an hour ago. I just now saw it.
You mean experience in trial? I did not see her performance.
So you two did not work hand in hand in the O.J. Simpson case concerning either her position as a lawyer or your position as a crime scene analyst?
Not have direct connections.
Okay, but on this case, she was at the crime scene with you, correct?
I don't know. I just do my business. I have so many people there. I don't know. Probably Bob Shapiro asked them to be there.
Okay, I'm not asking.
No idea.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm not asking you who asked her to be there. I'm asking you if you remember that she was there.
She was there.
Okay. And did you two have any time to visit with one another? Did you all discuss anything or talk to each other?
Not really.
Okay. She was at the scene with Bob Shapiro?
Yeah, Bob Shapiro, Dr. Bowden, Michael Bowden.
Who else?
Some private detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember Stanley White now.
Okay. What about the other?
The other, I think a person called Pavlik,
Okay.
have some other people.
Do you remember who the others were?
They all look alike to me, so.
Okay. I won't even touch that with a 10-foot pole. All right. Generally speaking, you talked about these 6,000 crime scenes that you've done. Dr. Lee, as a matter of protocol, you understand what I mean by that?
Yes,
As a matter of procedure or protocol, is it important, I think you said under direct examination to Mr. Plord, is it important for a forensic criminalist working for the defense, someone with your level of experience, someone who teaches others how to do their job, someone who has a lot of experience themselves doing this type of work, that when in fact something of potential evidentiary value, sure,
Doing this type of work that, let me go back, someone who teaches others how to do their job, someone who has a lot of experience themselves doing this type of work that
when an item of potential evidence is collected, I think you said the first thing an experienced professional analyst, crime scene analyst would do is seek to turn that over to law enforcement, correct?
first thing I usually photograph that, document it before I do anything to show its originality. Then I collect, preserve it, because if I don't collect it, so many people trapping in and out that may disappear. So I collect, and that night, this particular evidence I kept the position, I ask Attorney Shapiro, I say, where should we give it to? He said he going to contact DA or police or authority. That's the word, authority, then make a determination.
So in answer to my question, I wasn't actually asking you anything about this case. I was asking you, hypothetically speaking, someone in your position would know, for instance, that the important thing to do would ultimately, however you do it,
Yes.
through the attorney or through yourself, whatever, ultimately get that piece of potential evidence over to the prosecution, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, it would be important, Dr. Lee, to make sure that, in your words, you document where that item of evidence came from, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and you would document it both photographically and probably in written form, is that right?
Right,
In your notes?
yes,
And ultimately, if you're asked to memorialize your notes into a formal report, you would document it in your report as well.
correct,
All of these things are normal protocol, correct?
yes,
And you knew, in fact, Dr. Lee, that when you got that midnight call or whatever it was in the middle of the night asking you get on a plane and come out to Mr. Spector's residence, you knew that, in fact, you'd probably be visiting a scene of interest, a death scene of sorts, yes?
we don't know.
Well, did Dr. Not Dr. Shapiro, I guess it'd be Mr. Shapiro. Did Mr. Shapiro tell you that you would be flying out overnight and that he might have others there as well, but he was going to ask you to go to a death scene?
I don't believe that is privileged. He's discussed how he got there. Obviously, there are privileged considerations of privilege. We'll have to deal with that, isn't it? Or he may answer the question.
Okay, he asked me to check on Mr. Spector.
Okay. And so you knew that you were going to be coming out to California to perform your job. I mean, you weren't coming out to go to Disneyland, correct?
No,
Okay. You were coming out to do a job
yes,
as a forensic professional criminalist.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. What did you bring with you?
I bring usually my suitcase,
Other than a change of socks, what items?
my magnifying glass,
Okay.
and some testing reagent,
Okay.
some tube of swab, tweezers, things like that. I don't bring that because after 9/11, you can't bring knives and scissors and those stuff on the plane anymore.
But you can bring plastic bags. I mean, you have one with you.
That's why I bring it.
Okay. You bring plastic bags, you bring gloves. Yes?
Yes,
You bring tweezers with you.
yes,
You bring the test tubes.
Right.
You bring the reagents.
yes,
And some of those reagents include, I'm not sure I understood you. Ethanol, phenolphthalein, and
Hydrogen peroxide.
hydrogen peroxide. All right, the stuff I put when I was a little kid on a little cut, right?
Yes.
And it would foam up.
Yeah,
Yeah, see,
that's 3%.
All right, well, I had one chemistry class at
That's
least. All right.
wonderful, wonderful.
So you brought those items with you knowing that those might be important if you were to visit the death scene, correct?
Yes,
You also brought cameras?
yes,
How many cameras?
2.
Why'd you bring 2 different cameras?
Because now everything start doing digital, so I bring digital camera.
So you brought a 35 millimeter SLR,
Yes,
and you also brought a digital SLR, I'm assuming.
right.
Is that yes?
I don't know. It's a small digital.
Single lens reflex. In other words, could you
I
take
have
the
no
lens?
idea. I bought it. It's
Okay.
a Sony digital camera.
Okay. You set up what you described as a workstation once you got to that foyer area, correct?
Yes,
And you even had investigators go out and spend time and energy setting up sort of like Klieg lights, like big overhead lights,
yes.
correct? I think that's KL, I don't know what it is, KLIEG. Something like that.
I don't know what I kind of like this.
It was for the court reporter. You set the workstation up relatively close, I'm assuming, to where you're going to be conducting your analysis, because it's that much more important not to have to walk a long distance with a potential piece of evidence if you were to find such a piece of evidence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. When did you send the 2 thread-like objects and the carpet fiber, as well as I think you said crumb blood stain? When did you send that to the prosecution or to the crime lab, the LA crime lab?
I think I don't have exactly recollection. Maybe last year or maybe this year.
Okay. So it was substantially after you had collected the items, correct?
Yes.
Is there a reason, Dr. Lee, that you waited almost 4 years to send those items to the crime lab in Los Angeles, given what you know as an expert forensic criminalist?
I'm waiting for instructions.
Okay. So you had to be specifically instructed by Bob Shapiro or Leslie Abramson or somebody else before you would turn those items over?
Who to send to?
Okay. Did you know that the LA crime lab existed?
Yes, if I sent to them, they will say, why you sent to me?
Okay. Do you remember meeting me in February of 2006?
Yes, I
And
did.
As a matter of fact, you and I had a nice conversation. We met at the LA crime lab, didn't we?
Excellent.
All right. And I asked you a couple of questions about your observations at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we were standing, I think, in a
Coffee room.
coffee room, cafeteria looking room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have a better memory than I do.
Oh, I remember a handsome face.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. And I asked you at that time if you had collected anything, and I think your answer to me was, I collected a white thread and no fingernail, correct?
Sure.
All right.
Exactly.
And do you remember me asking you, Dr. Lee, we need to get those items. I need to have those. You remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
You maybe ask, I don't remember.
Okay. And that was in February of 2006, correct?
Yes.
And would it refresh your recollection about the time that you actually sent those items as the following October of 2006?
Fine. Whoever asked me to send, where to send.
Okay.
I've been asked from day one. Just tell me one person where I'm going to send.
Okay. And you've been asking that of whom?
I think the first lawyer is Bob Shapiro. Second lawyer is Abramson,
Abramson?
Leslie Abramson.
Okay. And
And
who
the
else?
third, of course, the third set of lawyer,
Okay. And who did you talk to specifically? Third set of
set of
lawyers?
lawyers. I talked to Linda Bodden,
Okay. And what was Ms. Bodden's response as to who to send these to?
sent to the LAPD, LA Sheriff Department.
Is that an objection or not? All right, thank you.
When did Ms. Bodden tell you to send these
I
items?
don't remember.
Okay.
Just so many stuff I don't remember.
Okay.
in detail.
You didn't make a note of that?
No.
When you have a piece of evidence, Dr. Lee, and you've got it in your personal custody, do you think it's important to maintain some sort of a log to maintain a chain of custody? In other words, to document very clearly where that item is, who has possession of it, when it's sent to another party, things of that nature?
Okay, this particular item is keep in my file, I'm the only one have that. It's not a state police case, so did not enter it's not a state police case, did not enter state police file. It's my personal consultation case.
Okay, I'm not sure that answers my
It's in
question.
my file. I'm the only one that access of this file.
Okay, and I guess my question would be, if you're keeping a personal consultation file, just like you're keeping a state police file that you might be working on, is it still important to follow the same forensic procedures?
No, I don't think every day call me. If I do that, I don't think I can accomplish phone calls
Okay.
a day.
So
I don't write it down.
Are you telling us that when you're handling a case for consultation for the defense and you're handling evidence, physical evidence, that you're less precise with your documentation than you would be if you were handling it for the state police?
No, you're totally wrong. It's precise. I photographed, I pick it up, put down my note, I seal it. That's precise.
Okay.
Nobody can say that's not precise.
What are you saying about your lack of documentation about where that item of evidence goes?
The item of evidence in my file, I've been telling you 3 times now. In my file, did not go to any place and
Three times is, did you document that or did you
why
not?
do I have to document? It's in my file. Do
Dr.
you
Lee?
document everything?
Dr. Lee, the interesting thing about our dialogue is this is the one time that I get to ask the questions and you have to answer them.
I already answered.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you again.
Sure, go ahead.
Why is it that you don't document as precisely when you are dealing with a consultation case
No.
as you do with the state police case, Doctor?
State police, same thing. State police case, this is not a state police case. I don't document every conversation.
So your precision is a little sloppier when you're dealing with a consultation case for the defense than when you're dealing with the state police case.
I don't think that's not something to do with precision. The precision is, did you collect the evidence? Did you document the evidence? Did you seal the evidence? That's precision.
Okay.
If I write down every conversation, who call me, that's nothing to do with precision.
Okay, let me ask you this. I'm not going to ask you about every conversation you had. Let me simply ask you, what was the exact date?
I
That you-
can't check
Let
my
me finish. Let me finish my question.
Sure.
What was the exact date, Dr. Lee, that you sent the items of evidence that you finally sent to the crime lab?
Okay, Your Honor, I have a Federal Express.
Just answer his question.
I have a Federal Express mailing receipt. That's the precision date. I did not bring with me.
Do you have your file with you?
I have the file, but I don't keep this receipt in my file.
Why would you not keep an item that logs the movement of evidence in the same file?
That's my procedure.
All right. And your procedure differs from that of, for instance, the crime lab here in Los Angeles and the state police.
I don't know what their procedure. You ask them.
One of the important features of the collection of evidence, Dr. Lee, you would agree with me, is the collection and packaging of those items of evidence, correct?
Yes.
In other words, me, just Joe Blow off the street, I don't know anything about collecting evidence, so I might walk up to this piece of paper and grab it with my hands and say, oh, that looks like evidence. Now I've just touched it and messed it up and gotten DNA on it or something. I've done it wrong, correct?
I think a lot of police done it wrong too.
Okay, well, I'm not a police, and I'm not asking you to speculate about a lot of police. I'm asking you, are there certain procedures that an expert like yourself know have to be followed?
An expert, what we do, whatever we have under that condition, what we have. Ideally, of course, let's say you want to drive a car, you drive a Cadillac. But if I don't have a Cadillac,
Why is he being so hostile? Seriously. I'm dumbfounded right now. What is his problem?
I only have a Honda, I drive Honda. If I don't have Honda, I have a bicycle, I ride on bicycle. You have to look at the situation, past situation. I only have a sticker, memo stick,
Yeah.
paper. That's why I use.
So you're anticipating my question,
Of
correct?
course I anticipate. I
Because-
call nitpicking that.
Because well, you can call it what you want. I'm still going to ask the question.
Sure.
My question is going to be, how could you ever, knowing that you were going to a crime scene, how could you ever use this kind of Post-it note, Dr. Lee, to collect an item of forensic evidence or potential forensic evidence? Because that's what you did, isn't it?
There's no difference somebody use a white memo pad paper. It's same paper. It's all manufactured by the paper company. It's no differences.
Do you-
LA Sheriff Department use a memo pad paper. I use a sticker. What's the differences?
Actually, the sheriff's department uses an evidence envelope, don't they?
Evidence envelope, they made it themselves or paper company made?
So they use an evidence envelope, don't they?
I don't know.
And it's labeled.
They use a paper bindle. In the envelope, what's the paper bindle?
All right.
Did you check on that?
So again, I get to ask the questions. I'm not
Okay.
under cross-examination. You are, Doctor.
Sure.
Okay?
I just want to get the fact out so everybody understands.
And I want you to answer my
I
question.
don't want people just accused.
Gentlemen, if you will, Doctor, allow the district attorney to answer the question, ask the question, and then you answer the question that he asked. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Are you aware of whether or not the sheriff's department uses an actual evidence envelope that's marked and labeled as an evidence envelope?
Objection 352 in relation to this hearing.
Overruled.
Are you aware of that?
Yes,
All right. Are you aware that the Connecticut State Police, the police that you work so closely with, shoulder to shoulder, uses pre-marked evidence envelopes to collect evidence officially? All right. Yet when you came to the crime scene, well, let me ask it this way. When you sent the LA Sheriff's Crime Lab the forensic evidence or potential evidence that you sent them, you sent it to them in a Post-it like this that was folded up like I'm folding it right now, and it was labeled in pencil, correct?
that's correct.
Not part of that same precision that you were talking about from the
No,
state
that's
police.
still nothing to do with precision.
Okay. So do you teach your students to use Post-it notes?
Objection 352.
Overruled.
I'll withdraw.
All right.
I'll move on. One of the other important things, along with the proper procedure for collecting evidence, Dr. Lee, is photographing evidence, correct? I'd like you, if you mind, to mark.
I've started calling him Alan like I know him personally. I'm friends with him now. I call him Alan.
These, I think it's voluminous, but I would ask Dr. Lee to just take a quick glance at a series of photos. These are actually. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I'm going to ask you to flip through those photographs and tell me if you recognize.
Yes,
Do you know when those photographs were taken and by whom?
that night by me.
All of the photographs.
I have to check.
I
You
wish
just
you
tell me flip it.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to ask you to take a closer look and tell me when those photographs were taken, if you can
I
tell me.
don't remember.
Okay. Why don't you do me a favor and take a look at the photographs and tell me
I
if you
have to
can.
look at my negative. I have to verify each one. I took that night, all right? What time, I don't remember.
Okay. Dr. Lee, I'm going to ask you again. Are you confident? You just flip through them. You can take as much time as you want. The judge isn't going to put you on a time clock.
Yes, I took those photographs.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. And I'm sorry to make you flip through those without prior notice. I thought you sort of had those in mind. Let me ask you a couple of questions about these photographs. All of these photographs were taken that night, according to you, yes?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Okay. Were there any photographs that you saw that you think were taken at a different time?
Probably same period of time.
Okay, so that either that night or going into the early morning hours of the next day.
Right.
Let me call it a visit. That visit to Mr. Spector's house in the foyer on or about February 4th, 2003, all of these pictures were taken at that time.
Some maybe for the package, maybe before I send it, I took it.
Okay. And how many photographs, well, I guess I might as well ask you about that right now. You came to court today with, please help me, we're just trying here.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. When you say the items that you were sent by Stan White, is this what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, this is, Your Honor, for the record, I think this has been, I don't know what this has been.
It's a picture of the Macy's bag.
Thank you. Looks like 48.
48.
Okay. And is that the picture of what was in the Macy's bag?
Yes.
And that's, for the record, Your Honor, that's court's 50.
Okay.
Is that that picture is not in this set of photographs?
No.
Okay. Is this the only picture that you took of this item?
No.
Okay. What other pictures did you take of this
I
item?
took some close-up of this
Okay. And where are those pictures?
in the original package and give it to you.
In this package?
Yes.
And could you point me out which picture?
Probably that's right.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the court's edification, Dr. Lee has handed me 3 photographs. I guess we should go ahead and mark on this. Court's next
Will
one.
be 54.
Thank you. I'll place a P54. I'm sorry,
C40.
C54.
Okay.
On the back, this is the second of those 3, C55. And the third, C56, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Dr. Lee, were all those photos taken at the same time as this photograph?
Maybe. I don't remember.
You indicated on direct examination that you opened the package one time, correct?
Yes.
And then you repackaged it.
Right.
So all the photos would have to be taken at the same time, Doctor.
Maybe.
Tell me, explain that for me.
It cannot take all the pictures same time. Maybe a different sequence.
Okay, I didn't ask you about the sequence. I'm asking, do you understand what I mean when I say at the same time?
Same time.
Same time frame.
Same time. Right. Maybe. Yes. That's much correct.
Okay, so you thought that I meant that all 4 pictures were taken with 4
Same
different
time.
cameras, literally
No, one
flashing
camera
at the
you
same time.
Yes.
Is that what you thought?
Right.
Okay. Where's the packet? Oh. And those are the only 4 pictures?
The carton.
Okay.
We have the package.
You've separated 2 more photographs, and it's relatively obvious that these 2 are the packaged items of evidence that you sent the crime lab, correct?
Yes.
Okay, everything else in this packet was photographed at the scene, correct? Supposedly.
I don't remember exactly every one, so I have to look at it. compare to my negative to make sure. I think the majority, I just look through, looks like majority, it's there. Maybe you can help me out, which one?
What was the reason for photographing this item?
Because I was on a trip, I want to make sure my sergeant, my former sergeant, my assistant now, send it to the Crown Lab. I did not directly send it to. One of my assistant sent to the package to Federal Express.
Actually, I'm talking about this.
Right, that's why I want to photograph before putting the Federal Express.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you send this in Federal Express?
No, the carpet, I don't know, I did not send it.
Dr. Lee, the carpet's sitting on the witness stand in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry, the package
Okay.
material. This one I took when I opened it up.
Why did you, back to my question, why did you take pictures of that carpet?
I just want to make sure nobody put something in the carpet, which I don't know.
Okay. And then what did you do with the carpet after you photographed it?
I wrapped it in a piece of white paper, this, what you call a biohazard bag.
Okay. And that would be the proper procedure for doing something like that, correct?
If I have the bag,
All right.
yep, I have the bag.
And certainly they don't make Post-it notes that big, correct?
No.
Dr. Lee, what did you do with that item of evidence after you packaged it in the bag?
Just leave it
And where did it go?
in my home.
In your house?
Yes,
Not at the lab?
no.
Don't you have a forensic crime lab?
Let's have it, that's State Police Forensic Crime Laboratory. This is a private consultation.
All right.
I
So
cannot put in the state lab.
for all your private consultations, for instance, like the one in this case, where you're privately consulting with the defense in this case, all of those items of evidence are kept in your home?
Yes,
Is there a place in your home that you have designated for pieces of?
So that's a chain of custody issue. He should not be allowed to store evidence at his home. There is no way that should be allowed. No way, shape, or form should he be storing evidence at his private residence. Absolutely not.
Forensic evidence?
yes.
Can you describe that for me, please?
I have a study, I have a laboratory in my house.
Okay. And that item would have been placed alongside the two carpet fibers, the two threads, as well as the blood stain that you collected in the Post-it notes, correct?
No, that should be in my case jacket.
Okay. In your
Yes.
home also?
Yeah, in my home, this is going to be on my bookshelf.
All right. So you had all three of those items together in your home, not necessarily sitting on top of each other, but together in your home at the same time, correct? And you were informed that you were to turn over, there was a court order to turn over all items of physical evidence in your possession, weren't you?
Who informed me?
Why don't you tell me?
I don't know. You said you informed me. I did not.
Let me ask
receive
you.
a
Let me ask it
notice
this
from you.
way. Let me ask it this way. Were you aware that this court, Judge Fidler, made a specific court order that all items of potential evidence, physical potential evidence, were to be turned over to the prosecution immediately or forthwith by the defense? Were you ever informed of that?
I did not receive. When I received the information, I mailed it right away.
Why didn't you mail the carpet?
Nobody asked for the carpet.
So you didn't mail anything that you
I
weren't
did
asked
not collect this.
I understand that,
I don't want this.
but you possessed it, didn't you?
It's just sent to me. I have no choice.
Then why didn't you send it with the other two items of evidence? Why didn't you overnight it like you did the carpet fiber, the blood stain, and the white threads?
Did I bring that with me today?
I didn't ask you that, Dr. Lee. Answer my question, please.
Answer the question. I only sent what I collected. I did not collect this.
Were you told by either Ms. Bodden or anybody else on the defense team that there was a court order that you were to divest yourself of all physical evidence in this case? Were you told that or not?
I was told whatever I collected. So I sent what they collected.
In the packet of material that you just were able to look at, by the way, did you do any kind of analysis on the carpet before you repackaged it?
No.
Did you do any kind of measurements or taking fibers off the carpet, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Take a look at this item. I'll have you take a better look because that's a little bit overexposed. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I might as well mark this as as the court's next in order.
57.
Thank you. I'll mark it C57 on the back of the document. Do you recognize that the ruler in that picture?
Yes.
Whose ruler is that?
My.
When did you let blood stained photo that you didn't do any kind of measurements, analysis, or anything else on that fiber? This picture taken in Connecticut at your lab?
In my home.
I'm sorry, not at the scene.
No.
Okay. Yet there are other photographs that you submitted to the prosecution.
I'm sorry. I didn't measure it. I just put my ruler there. Is it measuring it? So why did you put your ruler there then? Like, isn't that what a ruler's for? To measure? Oh my God. Oh my God.
That have the same type of blood stain, correct?
Yes.
Make a note in a log or in your case file or anything like that about the exact date that you received this carpet swatch from Stan White.
No.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't note that if you received a piece of physical evidence from a defense investigator in a homicide investigation from the crime scene purportedly, why you wouldn't put that in your notes, your case file, or something like that?
Because I have a Federal Express delivery.
Do you have that with you?
No.
So that's not in your case file either?
No.
Where's that, Dr. Lee?
Somebody received it. Must be one of my assistants. Receives it. I did not receive Federal Express package myself.
Are your assistants trained, Dr. Lee, that when they receive an item of potential forensic evidence, that they are supposed to document when it comes in and maybe even photograph that item of evidence?
This evidence being examined, so many people being look at it, abandoned at the scene, I don't consider have an alien evidential value.
Okay, that's not at all.
Being examined by so many people, so many hours, and abandoned at the scene.
Dr. Lee, what I asked you was, do you have in place any kind of protocol at your lab or any other place that an assistant is supposed to log or document when you receive an item of potential evidence in any case?
As I indicates, I wasn't there when they received this package.
Do you have in place any training or a procedure or protocol for your assistants to document this kind of evidence?
No.
The state police do, though, don't they?
The state police does. That's a private case.
Right, right. And those these private cases are handled a lot more sloppily than the state police cases, aren't they?
It's not sloppy. Sloppy is if somebody left at the scene on the street for 3 months. What's the value to document everything? I already left in there for that period of time.
Did you just say, what's the value of documenting everything?
No, I did not say. I said this particular piece of evidence being kept at somebody's house in a Macy's parking, the Macy's shopping bag.
Doctor, my question is, did you just say, did I hear you correctly? Did you just say, what's the value of documenting everything?
No, I did not say
You didn't
that.
just say that.
I did not say. I said this particular piece of evidence.
Okay. Maybe I'm hearing things. How did you collect the blood stain that the prosecution finally did get? I think it's, hang on, Dr. Leo. I'm sorry, Your Honor, there's just
It's all right.
several photographs to have to kind of wait for. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, you know what, I think I made this one. Here we go. I'm sorry, Dr. Mill. I'm all thumbs today. You'll forgive me. Now I forgot what I was going to ask you. It worked.
How did I collect that?
There you go. Thank you. How is it that you collected this item specifically?
I use a tweezer, gently scraping the surface and get it in.
All right. Was it still liquid form?
No,
It was already dry?
cross.
When you collected it, was it already in the form that it's here now? In other words, broken up and kind of crusty and flaky? Or was it collected kind of in one large piece?
Once I start collecting, it start flick it up.
How did you collect these items?
I use a tweezer to pick it up from the blood stain.
I'm sorry, was the last one?
I use a tweezer
To pick it up.
pick them up
And what did
from the
you,
blood stain.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
The
this-
last word was bloodstain. It's the ones, you use the tweezers to pick it up and then something bloodstain.
From the blood stain.
From the blood stain.
From the bloodstain. Thank you.
Is that right, Dr.
Yes.
From the blood stain. All right. These items you described as white thread-like items in your notes, correct?
Yes,
Why do they look black?
because aged, so many years go by.
Okay, so what caused them to turn, in your opinion, what caused them to turn a completely different color
From
from
blood
white?
start from the reddish color, or because the aging, they turn to brownish. It's not black because the lighting.
Okay. Your Honor, this is People's 41, and since this is a court's inquiry matter,
Yes.
Dr. Lee, if you'd be so kind, if the court wishes to look at that more closely, it's kind of a bad picture on the overhead. Is it your testimony, Dr. Lee, that these two items are the white thread-like items that you recovered from the blood stain in the foyer area?
Yes,
All right.
Let me ask a question while I have this.
Absolutely.
Were they in pieces the way it appears in this photograph?
but two pieces, Your Honor. This one
Top
and
piece?
that one. No, these two, actually. Both inside the blood.
All right.
The blood stain at the scene.
All right.
So I have to use tweezer. Take them out. So this one is actually blood stain, the fiber with some blood.
Red thing.
Resting in the middle,
Okay.
that's the carpet fiber.
All right. And these went into some form of a paper bindle?
Yes,
All right. That's
Thank
all
you,
I
Your
have.
Honor.
Thank you.
Along with your packaging materials or your processing materials, I think you said you had the phenolphthalein, you had little tubes that the phenolphthalein swabs go in.
peroxide, yeah. Hydrogen peroxide.
You had gloves with you.
Yes.
You had a magnifying glass.
Yes.
You had tweezers.
Yes.
Do you have that fancy little flashlight thing that you've got, the little UV light that you showed me at the crime lab? Do you have that with you?
Maybe.
All right. And that tube that you had with you was a sterilized tube, correct?
Well, I purchased, so I don't know. I assume this part.
Okay. You got to assume it's somewhat of a sterilized tube.
Yeah.
All right. Sufficient for collecting evidence.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what it's designed for.
Yes.
Did you see anywhere at any time at that crime scene something that could be described as a small white object that was flat with uneven edges?
No.
Did you pick anything up with tweezers that could be reasonably described as a small white object, flat in shape with uneven edges?
No.
At any point that you were in the foyer area, was Miss Kaplan in that same area with you?
Not all the time.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
She was in and out,
I did not pay too much attention on what other people does.
and you were in and out as well.
I'm concentrate most of the time in the foyer area.
All right. At any point, did you put anything that could reasonably be described as a small white object, flat in shape, with uneven edges, into a test tube or some kind of a vial of sorts?
The only thing I can think about it is the Q-tip I put in the vial.
All right. Is it your testimony that Ms. Kaplan would have only seen you utilizing that, the presumptive blood test tube and nothing else?
That's all I did.
You never had any other kind of a vial with you?
No.
You never had any other kind of a test tube or anything that could reasonably be described as an opaque thing with a little cap on the top?
No.
And you never put anything in it like that?
No.
So if Ms. Kaplan testified that she watched you pick a small white object up that was flat with uneven edges and drop it into a test tube, she would be incorrect?
I think it's incorrect. You have to ask her.
While you were at the scene, you indicated that you did utilize those phenolphthalein presumptive test swabs to test the west paneled wall, correct?
Correct.
All right. What do you consider to be the west wall in that foyer area?
If you face the door, on your left-hand side, those have chair, mirror, that's east side.
Okay.
On your right-hand side, that's west side.
All right. So the west wall would actually, if you're climbing up the stairs to go to the second floor, the west wall would be to your right?
To your left.
To my left?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the wall to my right? If I'm climbing up the stairs?
You're climbing up. Now that's the west-west wall.
Okay, so there's a west wall and a west-west wall.
Yes.
All right. Is the west wall the one that you described as having the wood paneling on it?
Yes.
Okay, and the west-west wall would be the one with the white paint on it.
That's correct.
The right, if you're climbing upstairs.
Yes.
Do you see any item of potential forensic evidence on the white west-west wall?
No.
Visually, I think you indicated in direct examination that you did not see any blood on the wood paneled wall either, correct?
Correct.
The only blood that you saw, other than that, let's leave the carpet out of it, okay, Dr. Lee? For our purposes, let's leave that carpet out of it for the time being. The only blood that you saw was on the staircase, not on the carpeted portion of it, but on a wood portion just beneath the roll of the banister. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And did that blood appear to be directly underneath the roll of that banister?
No.
Okay. Where was the blood that you saw on the staircase?
You have the picture put on the
I can get it.
memo.
I think Mr. Ford showed you. Well, let me ask you this. The photograph that the court was looking at just a second ago, would you agree with me, Dr. Lee? And I'm forget this one for a second before I move off. That photograph right there, would you agree with me that nothing in that photograph looks like a small white object that's flat in shape with uneven edges?
I don't know what she described. You have to ask her.
Doesn't look
It's
anything like
uneven
that.
edge. It's uneven edge.
Nothing
It's
in there
flat.
looks
No,
flat.
it's seen both are even.
Okay, would you describe those items as a flat white object with uneven edges?
No, I described this thread-like material.
Right, so it would not be described as a flat white object with uneven edges.
I don't know what she.
No, by you.
You ask me, no, I did not describe that.
Okay. All right, back to this photograph real quick. Do you have the laser pointer up there, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Show me where the blood is that you're.
One is here,
That's
around this area.
For the record, Your Honor,
First step,
bottom right portion of this photograph appears to show the first and second steps of the staircase leading up to the second floor kind of landing. The doctor was just pointing to the first step, the wooden portion not covered by the carpet.
correct.
All right, and
Actually, you have a close-up picture. I took one close-up much better
Okay.
than this one.
which close-up is that? Is that this?
No, the one before that.
Okay.
They actually show both steps.
This photograph?
That's right.
Does that have a number?
Your Honor, it doesn't, and
We marked it before, but I'll try to find it. It's the one with his shoes in there.
it is the one with the shoes in there,
So
so
it's been marked somewhere.
it has,
All
Your
right.
Honor. For our purposes, it's already been marked. All right, where in this photograph,
One in this location.
all right.
Second eye in this location.
All right, so there were two drops of blood or blood stains that you saw, correct?
We cannot call it a drop. It's a small blood stain.
Okay. Which one did you collect?
I collect the second step here.
Was that the larger of the two stains?
Yes.
Why didn't you collect the smaller one?
Why?
I'm just asking, why?
Too small. Difficult to collect.
But not impossible.
No, why this crazy people don't collect it? Don't ask me. You know,
Dr. Lee, crime scene.
I did not collect.
Crime scene, I'm asking you.
I did not collect it.
Okay,
I made a decision. I did not collect it.
you're told that you didn't collect it.
Yes.
Now I'd like you to tell the court why you didn't collect it. Why did you decide that it was not worth your time or effort to collect that stain?
I just collect one. That's enough for DNA analysis.
Okay, so all you were interested in was DNA?
To give it, why just do a phenolphthalein test? It may indicate that could be blood, but you have to confirm it.
Okay.
It's not enough to confirm. It's academic.
So you collected the upper stain, correct?
Yes.
And you did not collect, but you photographed the lower stain, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that the best photograph that you got of the lower stain?
No, you have a better photograph.
Okay. Actually, I don't know if we do or not, but I want you to show it to me if we do. May I approach?
You may.
Before I mark these and waste another court exhibit.
This is one, this is two.
Okay, I'd like you to, then I'll put these on the overhead so we can follow along with the court. Okay, I've put one of the photographs that it's already been marked, Your Honor, I won't remark it, as a matter of fact. This one, I find the number, it's court's 20, is that 25 or 26?
25.
25. Can you point for the court where you documented that blood stain?
This is the first step. I noticed a fresh cut. This fresh cut looks somebody sampled this area. I assume must be Los Angeles Sheriff Department, somebody collect a sample. So I noticed next to it, I tested, it's positive because it's two so close. One, if they already collected, I don't have to collect that one.
All right, so that stain had no evidentiary value to you necessarily at that time, so you didn't collect it.
Yes.
All right, all you did was make this photo, take this photograph, and you moved on.
Yeah.
All right. The other stain Is it safe to say that stain, and you can go ahead and point to it for the court, Your Honor, this is,
Also have a better picture than that.
I don't know what number it is, but I know this has been marked as well.
It has.
Where's the blood stain in that photograph?
Yeah.
All right, the right, almost bullseye, dead middle, correct? Why was it important to collect that stain as opposed to the other one?
Because I did not see any cut sign somebody collect this, so I collected.
Okay. So the reason that, well, I'll withdraw that. That top stain is what we got in the posted note, correct?
Yes,
You indicated that this appears to be a cut, correct?
appear to be a cut.
That would be an important piece of information, certainly to document in your notes. Is that right?
Yeah, not really that important. I see a lot of cuts.
Okay, you did see other cuts, as a matter of fact.
Yes,
And you photographed those other cuts?
yes,
You documented those other cuts very, very precisely?
as much I can do. I only one man have to do the notes, take the measurement, do the whatever I can do.
It's a tough job, isn't it, Dr. Lane?
It's a tough job.
All right. I'll take your word for it. Notwithstanding how tough the job is, you took this job and you're going to be paid by the defense, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. You didn't expect that you were going to come out here for free, did you?
Well, I go, a lot of time go for free.
I didn't ask you if you do it a lot of times. I asked you in this case, did you think you were coming out here for free?
Maybe.
Yeah. Didn't turn out that way, did it?
I haven't charged him yet, this time.
I'm sorry?
I haven't charged him yet this time. This trip, I don't know.
Oh, you mean this trip?
Yeah.
You mean sitting here right now?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm court witness or defense witness or prosecution witness.
Court's witness.
Court witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. In those notes that you took, you were very clear to note certain of the wood cuts that you found at or around the wood paneling and other places and wood fragments and stuff, because you figured that that might have some evidentiary value, or at least you wanted to note those things, correct?
That's what I see, I noted it.
Okay. And anytime you see a cut or something like that, you're going to make a note of that.
If it's fresh, looks like fresh to me.
Okay. As long as it's fresh, you're going to make a note of it.
Yes.
All right. And in fact, in your notes, you indicated that there were, and I'm going to quote you for a second, several areas on wood panel, west side, were found, fresh cut, period. This, I'm putting one side by side to the next. On the, well, you know what, that's a little bit confusing. Let's do it this way. It's a glossy photo, Judge, I'm sorry, but I'll give you the original.
It's all right.
Yeah, and freeze it. Oh, there you go. May I mark Sudi Sahab as people's next in order?
I'll note your highly technical solution to the problem.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, for your edification, I believe this is already, I think this has already been marked. Okay, I don't need to remark it. This appears to be the,
45.
thank you. This appears to be the bottom portion that Dr. Lee testified earlier was the molding, and then a place just above the molding that was fresh cut. That's what you were noting in your notes when you said fresh cut, because that was important.
Whatever I noted, I write it down.
Okay, so anything that you would have noted of this nature, you would have written down.
I don't know how important it is, but I
Okay.
write it down.
But anything of this nature, you would have written down, just like you wrote down in this particular instance. And as a matter of fact, you went even further. I think you said you had 2 pages of notes and 1 diagram. And on the diagram, you even wrote the word cuts. next to your little hand drawing of the wood paneling, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And you even indicated little circular, like almost oval little things to denote the wood cuts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Show the handwritten notes or on the diagram this fresh wood cut.
I did not write it down.
I'm sorry?
I did not write it down.
Well, did you write it in your diagram?
No.
Didn't you just testify that it would be important?
I did not say important. I say this was a cut. I did not collect that. I swap it.
Okay. I won't put words in your mouth. Didn't you just testify that you wrote down every place that you found a fresh cut on that wood paneling or the surrounding area to denote where those fresh cuts were in your notes?
I did not write it down.
Is there a reason why you didn't?
No reason I forgot to write it down.
Could it be, Dr. Lee, that that's not a fresh cut, but rather a small white object with uneven edges, flat in shape,
No,
sitting on
it's a
top
cut.
of the stair?
It's a cut.
You're sure about that?
I'm sure about it.
In your opinion, do these two items look similar, Dr. Lee?
It's a cut. Every cut. It's not.
That does not look like a cut. Why would there be a cut?
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Kom, je dikke stem is op! Kom eruit! Je dikke stem is op! Je dikke stem is op!
I love that clip. He is so defensive. That is not. He should be totally impartial. He's an expert. He should just be presenting his expertise and be totally impartial.
Not going to be similar.
You took.
Tell me somebody cut.
You answered my question.
He may not have answered.
Each cut may have different direction, different force. You cannot find two cuts on.
So of course, with this cut, in your packet of photographs, you took minimum of 4 different photographs of this, correct?
No, the other cut. Different cut.
StreamYard, why can't I have nice things? Why can't I be like other streamers? Why can't I have nice things like other streamers? Why? Why?
That's a different cut.
I have just a second.
You may.
What are these photographs of?
This photograph represent 2 different cuts.
All right. Is one of them the cut as you put it on the left?
Yes.
All right. What about the second photograph in my left hand?
You are mixed 2 together. Hold on a second. Let me help you sort it out.
Oh, I don't know that I need that much help, doctor.
Oh, you definitely need help. Here. Everybody. This is a different cut in different location.
You're holding up a picture on the paneled wall, correct?
You give it to me, that's
Okay.
one, yeah.
And for the courts,
That's a different cut than what I show you.
The picture that you just handed me, is that the one on the left?
No,
It's not. Is it the one on the right?
no,
It's another one.
another one.
Okay,
maybe I can help you with it.
all right.
I'm aware of this. I know exactly what I'm doing. Dr. Lee, on this wood paneled wall, there were 3 separate.
Here one.
That's one, and that's the picture that you just showed, the close-up that you just showed the court, correct?
Right.
So you took this photograph to
Right.
document those 3 cuts as an overview, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then you took close-ups of that cut on the top.
Right.
A couple of different close-ups, correct?
Just one.
Okay, what about the cuts on the bottom?
And cut here,
And then the one on the molding?
one on the molding.
Okay, so
So I
that's-
took 2 pictures of this.
All right. As a matter of fact, you took a second overview picture as well. So not just one overview picture, you took a second overview picture.
That, no. This is show demonstrate different point. The carpet,
Yeah.
that shows the carpet.
It shows the same wall, but we're using it for different purposes, is that?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
That's exactly what I tried to say.
And then you took close-ups of the cut higher up on the wall, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you took a close-up of the one where the molding and the one just above the molding is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you took a second one without the ruler of the molding and just above molding.
This one is basically put the,
And then this one is yet another photograph of those bottom 2 cuts, correct?
shows now the carpet area.
Okay, so you weren't trying to show the bottom 2 the bottom 2 cuts at this location. That's not what you were trying to show with that photograph,
Yes.
even though those 2 cuts appear, even though those 2 cuts appear on the photograph, correct?
No, that is from this side.
Right.
That center should be 90 degree.
Okay,
So this cut is become a circle now
right,
because oblique angle.
right.
Basically, I tried to show the carpet.
And the whole point was to take these photographs from different angles, different lighting conditions, just like you explained, because those cuts can look differently depending on the light and the angle and the distance from which you're taking the photograph. Isn't that right, Dr. Lee?
Now, I say the purpose of taking this picture, I tried to show the carpet. Just happened, the cut in the photograph.
Oh, so that photograph isn't of the wood chips in that picture. You're actually photographing the Dr. Lee, you took several different photographs of the cuts that you noted in your notes, right?
Yes.
And you took them from different angles, didn't you?
No.
Well, we
As I say, this picture, the purpose, I want to show this carpet area relative clean. I want to show this carpet area.
Is it
Darn it. I guess I accidentally hit the mute button. What I was saying was, he's been over here, and been doing this work in America long enough to understand what Alan Jackson is asking him. So I know that he probably has, cultural differences, but I think he understands the cultural differences by this time, that it shouldn't impede the questioning process. Like, I think he's being obstinate on purpose. Like, he's being obtuse on purpose. I don't think it's a cultural thing. Like, I don't disagree with the cultural differences. I'm just saying it I think he knows the difference. I think that I think he's doing it on purpose. I think he knows where Alan Jackson's getting to. He obviously knows what this whole thing's about because he mentioned the tooth, and nobody else has brought up the tooth except for him. So he knows where this is going because he keeps anticipating the questions. But I don't think it's a cultural thing. I think it's just him. He's being defensive and rude, and he's not the Dr. Lee I used to watch on Forensic Files. I'll give you that.
Differ? Is it important to take several different photographs or several different angles to make sure that you can document, if you're ever asked in the future, what something looks like in a picture, correct?
I already document.
Yes or no? Is that a good way to forensically document something through photographs? Take different angles?
Not really necessary. You certain angle you cannot take. You just take whatever angle you can take.
And of course, in this case, where the cuts were, you took several different photographs of those cuts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where this cut is, as you photograph, the only one that you took of this particular object, isn't it?
I have two, another one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. How about different close-ups?
No.
Just this one?
Yes.
Yeah, just one.
You may.
Did you do any presumptive testing on either of the bloodstains on those bottom stairways? Bottom stairs, I should say.
Bottom stair?
Any presumptive testing on either one of those bloodstains?
Yes.
Either the one you collected or the one you didn't collect?
Yes.
Which one or both?
Both.
And you said, I think you said at one point that one was a positive and one was a weak positive or something?
No, these both are positive.
Okay.
The weak positive is panel.
The wood panel?
Wood panel.
Where you saw no blood?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did not visibly see a blood drop.
Well, is there any other way to see something than visibly?
If I bring in my crime scene light sources, may be able to do that.
Okay, but visibly you didn't see anything. You saw no blood on that wall?
I did not.
Okay. And I guess it goes without saying, based on that answer, well, you don't like when I say that to you, Judge. Can I assume that you didn't collect any blood off that west panel wall?
No, I did not collect.
Yes, well, you may.
I wish Flash was here. I want to know if he had the same attorneys in the second trial. I don't think so either, Judy.
That's all this time around.
Correct?
Dr. Lee, when you arrived at this particular scene, what was your understanding as to whether or not any law enforcement agency had already gone through the scene to collect evidence and preserve evidence before you got there?
Yes. What I understand, different law enforcement agency, forensic scientists, and medical examiner already spent 38 hours collect everything.
Okay, when you arrived there, were there to Mr. Shapiro and yourself?
Yes.
Okay, were they some sheriff officers?
Sheriff's officer, they say they finished the scene, now it's ours.
Okay, and based upon your background experience, you know what that means, that they had already processed the scene, collected what they felt was relevant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and there was some testimony here by a criminalist for the sheriff's department that if we see blood, they may collect some of it, but not all of it. Is that unusual in your opinion?
That's not unusual.
Okay, and when you saw this notch or this imperfection in the wood, was it your thinking that that was at least collected or sampled in some way?
Yes.
Now, the scrapes on the wall, do they appear to be sampling scrapes or something different than that?
Appear to be something cut from a panel.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lee, with reference to this carpet that was sent to you, this one that you have is, I think, exhibit number 51, you had already seen that at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that the agents collected it, correct? Important to cut out that carpet and take it with you?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Do you think it has any evidentiary value now?
I don't think so.
Okay. And with reference to the two things you did collect, did you collected them in some bindles? Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with what materials bindles are made out of? In other words, in general?
Bindle just paper, but in East Coast we call druggist fall, but in the West Coast they call bindle, druggist fall.
Druggists.
Fall, F-O-L.
Druggist.
Fold.
Fold, thank you.
Right. Basically, you collect something like a little scrape of blood and you put it in a piece of paper and you fold it up and then you put it in an envelope, correct?
You collect hair, you collect fiber, glass, anything small, you take a piece of paper, you fold it up like a packet.
All right. And is there anything inappropriate by using a post opposed to another piece of paper?
Like a red Solo Cup?
The blood stains that were on the first and the second steps that you saw, the ones that you could visualize, you tested with phenolphthalein and they got a positive reaction, correct?
Yes.
And are you able to say whether they were blood drops or anything such as that?
That is consistent with a blood spatter, smaller than a drop.
Can I have a minute?
You may.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Recross. All right.
Judge, that's all I have.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
May the witness step down?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Now, what I'm going to do with this, I don't want to be accused.
I have a member of the, if she agrees, I have a member of the crime lab who's actually here. If she would agree to take custody, I have something to ask her.
Sorry, Dr. Hill, I'm sorry. Could you take custody of that?
Yes, I actually brought lab receipts with me, so we possibly would be seeing photographic negatives, which we also receive as evidence.
Right.
So I can receipt it and give you a copy.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I can't see it.
Receipt it.
That I'm taking custody of it.
That these, do we have a number, any exhibit that you want released? If you'll give me the number, we'll release it by stipulation to the crime lab. They'll keep it in their custody to be brought to court if necessary.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, that's exhibit 51.
That, I think at 51 is the,
Right.
yes.
And we're not agreeing that it's necessarily evidence or it has evidence.
I'm not asking you to. I'm simply saying that it's been marked as an exhibit. The exhibit is being released to the crime lab, the sheriff's crime lab, to keep in their custody.
That's fine.
And Anything else? I don't
Yes.
think the negatives were not marked, were they?
They weren't, but that was the next point I was going to bring up. There is some value to our maintaining the negatives, at least, or taking custody of the negatives for certain analysis. And I understand Mr. Plourd has an objection to certain of the negatives being possibly attorney work product or attorney-client privilege, and I'm not interested in those. He can cut those off.
All you need to do, since they haven't been marked as an exhibit, you agree among yourselves, which apparently is not a problem.
Yeah, we don't necessarily think they're discoverable. They looked at them. If they want to look at the ones, the pictures that we have, that's fine. We'll just sit down and we'll parcel them up, and as long as they agree to get them back.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And he has his original notes that they've looked at too, and they have not been marked either, but they've looked at them.
Dr. Lee's notes with his permission and the court's permission is to scan them. I've got a photocopy. It's very, very hard to read. I do have a scanner upstairs.
There shouldn't be any problem.
No problem with that.
Okay,
All right.
before he leaves, I'll do
Anything
that.
else?
No, that's it.
Thank you for being here. You may step down, Doctor. All right. All right. Do you does either side plan on calling any other?
We're planning on calling Sarah Cap.
Perfect time to discuss it.
Thank you.
You have filed a motion in support for release of biological material for independent testing. I have read and considered your motion. I don't believe the people have filed a written opposition.
That's correct. We have not.
All right. You may, do you have anything you wish to add to your written motion?
The only that we want to make sure is the record is that the seminal case of Meredith is that basically the law has an opportunity, or whatever it is, that they didn't collect or have the opportunity to collect. You have to turn that over. This is all stuff that they reviewed. They just chose not to collect. But we don't even have to get to that issue with this particular item of evidence. It can be split. You can do multiple tests on it. We just want to do a DNA test so that there's never going to be a question that biologically this, what appears to be blood that presumptively tested positive for blood, can be DNA identified as to coming from Lana Clarkson. That's really our whole purpose. We're not going to destroy the entire exhibit. We think there's enough DNA in that sample for multiple tests. For some reason, they're not moving forward with it, and we want to do it. We want to get that started so it doesn't cause a delay later on. And we think that can be done quickly, in 2 or 3 weeks, but it does take, most laboratories don't do short order type stuff within 10 days. You got to get in line, and we want to get this in line to a laboratory to get it tested.
I mean, once again, CSI with its immediate DNA testing is not accurate.
Not true whatsoever.
I'm shocked. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, now that we've been waiting a long time to get those negatives, some reasonable analysis that needs to be done utilizing those. We're not trying to solve. We at some point to defense seeking to do whatever DNA analysis they do, or more likely, we will do the DNA analysis with their expert in tow. But before that's done, before any of it is consumed, which some of it will be consumed, not necessarily all of it, there are some structural analyses that we need to do of what we received from Dr. Lee. We couldn't really do that until we get these negatives.
There's two different issues as it's being presented to me. Mr. Plourd is telling me you can do a split, and they just need to be given the split so that they can analyze their evidence. You're telling me it can or cannot be split.
That as it sits now, some of the potential evidentiary value is how those, to use Dr. Lee's words, those crumbs are broken up. There is some structural analysis, basically, putting those back together.
Once your analysis, your structural analysis is complete, are you able to split it?
Absolutely. I think so. I think there's enough there to split.
Don't talk, Dr. Harold, just you can consult with.
Yeah, I think there is, and if there's not, then I will update Ms. Plourd and possibly ask the DNA analyst there, either watch the protocol or review the results or whatever. I mean, it's done all the time. So.
I'm very familiar with that particular issue because I just dealt with it in a case. But
Okay.
The only question right now, Mr. Clord, as I understand it, is when you, assuming that it can be split, is when you get it. Okay, well, the people have made a showing as to why they need to do something with it before they release it to you, if it can be released. So as long as they move with all due haste, that's fine.
I understand what they're saying. You know, they've had the material for well over 6 months. Let's get it
Understand
done. You got to give a reasonable deadline to cut.
How much time do you believe you need to do your structural analysis before you reach that stage?
Excuse me, just
There will be a momentary consultation with Dr. Harrell.
Okay. Dr. Harold just indicated it would take days. I asked her more specifically how many days. She said probably 2 weeks.
All right, I will give you, in an abundance of caution, 20 days
Okay.
to get that done and report back to me whether, if, once you do it, you can provide a split to the defense. I don't need to be involved. If you do not have enough to do a split, then you come back into court and I'll deal with that issue.
Yeah, I'd like to have it 10 days, Your Honor, simply because once we get it to a laboratory.
I understand your need. They're giving me 14 days. 2 weeks is 14 days. I've given them a short additional amount of time just to be on the safe side before everybody's back here.
Okay.
So the difference in days is not going to make it, for me, a problem at this point. We'll see where we stand after the structural analysis is complete. If it's completed before and there's material for split, you're to turn it over then forthwith. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right?
I understand.
9:30. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you. You as well.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna stop it there for today. I'm gonna look at the new Karen Reed docs that I'm so excited about, and see if it's interesting enough to do a live stream and read them to you guys. I'm gonna grab some lunch and look at them, and if it's not super boring, then I'll be back, and if they're super boring, then I won't. So just make sure you've got your bell, your notifications on. Other than that, I will see you in the morning. We'll do Phil again in the morning, and then I'm not sure what time the hearing starts, but we can always start a little bit late. Although I don't want to get too behind tomorrow because I have that doctor's appointment at 2 in the afternoon, but still, I'm gonna have to, I guess whenever they break for lunch is when I'll stop for the day, because my appointment's at 2, but it's in Gainesville, so I'm like 45 minutes away, so I usually leave the house like an hour before my appointment. So whenever they stop for lunch, I guess I'll stop, and then I guess I can do whatever I missed when I get home. So we'll just like take a break in the middle of it. If there wasn't a hearing on Wednesday, I could say we could just catch up on what we missed Wednesday, but we have Wednesday to do. I don't want to get too far behind and all that. I don't know. We'll work it out. You know how I am, guys. I just play things by ear. I'm really bad at. I am like the least control, freakish type person. I'm like my dad. I just play everything by ear. It'll just happen when it happens, and really. Why? He represented him a little bit. Why did he quit? Do you know? He did the arraignment and some of the pretrial hearings, so he represented him. He doesn't need that retainer back. He represented him for part of it. I can understand not being happy with your attorney the first time. I don't understand multiple times. That to me says that there is something wrong with the client, not the attorney. I mean, look at Sarah Bailey. And the way I look at it is if you're just a regular Joe Schmo, you don't know anything about the law, why are you going to fire your attorney? They know way more than you do about what they're doing. How are you going to have any type of difference of opinion when you don't know the law? When you don't have an opinion on the law, how? I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Like I said, I'm going to look at the docs. I guess Melanie Little is did a live stream or is doing a live stream about the docs. I'm going to check that out to see if they're interesting enough for me to do a live stream on them. I don't know. I am a little tired now. I don't know. I might go just take a nap. I need to eat. I hate my weight loss clinic appointments are always on Tuesdays. I hate the Monday before because I have to keep track of everything I put in my mouth because I have to write it down for my doctor the next day. So I have to remember everything. Yeah, Spector did have tons of money. Oh, so it wasn't anything personal or anything. Okay, bye guys. I will see you later. Oh, now I have 7 people. I decided to quit because there's only 4 of you in here. Okay, bye guys. Love y'all. See you later. Bye.